we're waiting on the world to change. We keep waiting on the world to change. One day our generation is gonna rule the population. So we're waiting on the world to change. We keep on waiting on the world to change. Waiting on the world to change. Waiting on the world to change. It's running like you. Things you wanna be. You coming. You wake up on your own. Wonder where you at. Living on your phone. I wanna wake up where you are. I won't see anything at all. So why don't you slide? Yeah, gonna let it slide. Would you like the life you killed? The priest is on the phone. Molly hit the wall. Molly told you, don't suppose I'll ever know. It means to be a man. Live around it. I wanna wake up where you are. I won't say anything at all. Why don't you slide? Yeah, let's let it slide. And I'd do anything you ever dreamed to be complete. Little pieces, nothing but fun. Oh, babe, you put your arms around me. What you feel is what you are. What you are is beautiful. Oh, babe, you wanna get married, run away. I wanna wake up when you are. I won't say anything at all. Why don't you slide? Yeah, yeah. Gonna let it slide. And I'll do anything you ever dreamed to be complete. Little pieces of nothing that fall, yeah. And I'll do anything you ever dreamed to be complete. Little pieces, nothing and fall. Slide between the sheets of all those beds you never knew. Won't you slide into my room? Won't you slide into my room? And I will run away, run away, run away. Hey, thanks. Run and tell all of the angels this could take all night. Think I need a devil to help me get things right. Hook me up a new revolution, 'cause this one is a lie. Sat around laughing and watch the last ones die. 'Cause I'm looking to the sky to see me, looking for a sign of life, looking for something to help me burn out bright, looking for complication, looking 'cause I'm tired of lying, yeah, to make my way back home when I learn to fly. I think I'm dying, there's impatience. It can't wait one night. Give it all away if you give me one last try. We live happily ever trapped if you just save my life. Run and tell the angels that everything's alright. So I'm looking to the sky to save me, looking for a sign of life, looking for something to help me burn out bright, looking for a complication, looking 'cause I'm tired of lying, yeah, to make my way back home when I learn to fly, yeah, to make my way back home when I learn to fly, make my way back home when I learn to. can't quite make it alone. Try to make this life my own. Fly along with me, can't quite make it alone. Try to make this life my own. So I'm looking to the sky to see me, looking for a sign of life, looking for something to help me burn out bright, looking for complication, cause I'm tired of lying. Yeah, had to make my way back home when I learned to fly. Make my way back home when I learned to fly. Yeah, make my way back home when I learned to.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our soloist, Mark. Now, could everyone please start making their way to their seats and join me in welcoming our Queensland Football Hall of Fame Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Jason Dunstall and Mrs. Jessica Webster.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the second Queensland Hall of Fame induction dinner. And Jace, it is such an honour to be here tonight.
It is. We are both delighted and privileged to be here in the iconic Legends Room at the Gabba to celebrate Queensland football's Night of Nights. It's the first time, in fact, we've been able to do it for 15 years. And I've got to say, you look around the room, there's a lot of familiar faces, Jess, a few reprobates from the old days, of which I was one, of course, unfortunately.
So much to look forward to tonight. We will be inducting 86 new members to the Queensland Football Hall of Fame. We will be recognising players, umpires, teams, administrators and coaches who have all contributed amazing things to the growth of football here in Queensland. We will also be celebrating 8 legends of Queensland football.
86 new members. Wow, what a night it's going to be. But this is where I issue my first apology, because you are going to be so sick of the sound of my voice in a few hours' time. Seriously, I'm going to talk a lot. We are long overdue getting together for an evening like this, and as Jess said, so many wonderful contributors to football in Queensland that we're going to induct or elevate in status. So it's going to require a little bit of patience, a little bit of respect and discipline from us all. We'll get through an amazing evening. But boy, I'm going to talk a lot. We will be welcoming inductees to the stage in alphabetical order. That's according to your first name. We'll hear from Jess with groups of our inductees throughout the course of the evening. But before we get started, a little bit of housekeeping. Bathrooms, both sides out the back, left and right. And this is a great time right now to check your mobile phone. At the very least, it should be on silent. If you can turn it off, well, that's even better. You don't want to be that person. As we induct each person, please enter the stage from the left-hand side. That's our right, your left. You'll come up, receive your certificate, have a photo taken on stage, exit from the other side. We've got photographers here tonight capturing everything that happens on stage, as well as photos throughout the evening, so get a chance to take photos with your family and your friends and really make sure you get the full experience. Lastly, throughout the evening, we will have images and videos displayed on the big screens and TVs around the room for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander guests. Please note there may be images, videos and voices of deceased people. Now, on behalf of Yuggera and Yurongpan Elder Deborah Sandy, we welcome her daughter Shania to deliver the Welcome to Country.
Balka, Murumba, Nangavarja. Good evening, everybody, and welcome here where we are today on country. We're at the Gabba, and on behalf of my elders, I would like to welcome you and acknowledge my elders in the past, present, future, and emerging. I'm here tonight on behalf of my mom and as a young language champion. So I do language and revitalising for my people. So we do Yagara and Yugambeh. So that is why I'm here tonight, representing for behalf of my mom. So to teach you guys a little bit about country and where we are, we're on the south side here today, and this is the Yurongapan country. So in our language, Yuronga means sandy and sandy country. And so the land here that used to be very sandy and fertile along the riverbanks, even on the north side and the south side. So could everybody, if everybody would like to say Yurongapan? Yep. So that's part of my job, just teaching you guys a little bit and saying that word for, when you guys go out and learn culture in different places, and, you'll pick up on that over the years when you guys get to learn a bit more culture, and hopefully next time we'll get you doing more. So we have dance. So usually I'm out here with my mom and my daughters and my sisters and my nieces. So next time, you can get us out here to do a dance. That would be even better. So here where we are is the Swirling Waters, and in our culture, the Gabba was very important grounds here. It was a ceremony ground. It was a battleground for us to, battle other Indigenous groups from, New South Wales or from out of town, or disagreements, or we will come here and settle agreements. Sporting games, battles, all sorts of types of stuff for our people. So this was a very important area here. And I'd also like to acknowledge down in South Bank, which is actually the women's area, and Kurupa, where the women actually used to camp down there. So that's a very important place for our people here as well. What else? So before I do an official welcome, I'd like to get you guys to call out your name and where you guys are from. We do that when we're doing Welcome to Countries, to call out to the spirits and let you know that you are here tonight and that what you guys are doing keep you safe when you're traveling here and when you're heading home. So on the count of 3, if everybody would like to call out your name and where you guys are from, that would be really good. All right, 1, 2, 3. Welcome, Nangaraja, and welcome. Thank you here for tonight, and good luck with all your ceremonies and your gathering here. I'd like to do a welcome song for you, and then I will let you enjoy your night. Thank you. Jinada, jinada, jinada. Nayame, oh nayame, oh nayame. Marumba, mogura, marumba, mogura, marumba, mogura. Jinada, jinada, jinada. Nayame, oh nayame, oh nayame. Marumba, mogura, marumba, mogura, marumba, mogura. Okay. Thank you. Our Welcome to Country song is our Jinners, our feet walking on country. Nayamil, we're looking and we're seeing and acknowledging each other here tonight and where we are. And Marumba is our good spirit. And Mogara, he is our water spirit, to bless the land for all of our food, our waters, our swimming, and all of our animals and plants and trees. Thank yous. Nanga Raja, and welcome.
Thank you, Shania. All right, to officially start the evening's formalities, I'd like to invite the head of AFL Queensland, Tricia Squires, to the stage to say a few words.
Thank you, everyone. And how amazing that we are actually in this room after 15 years of the last Queensland Hall of Fame. And we have got a lot to celebrate. Queensland footy is in the best health it's ever been. We've got 68,000 people registered playing our game this year. That's a 28% increase on 2019, 10,000 more than our record-breaking year last year. We've also got an extra 300,000 students that play in school competitions across our state. And all of you have played a part in making Queensland footy great, so we thank you for that. We're also seeing our elite teams. The Brisbane Lions men's obviously got to a grand final after 19 years, and I know we're all still a bit sore about what happened, but they did get there after 19 years. The Gold Coast Suns men's team actually won the VFL Premiership, and I know it's strange it's still called the VFL, but it is. They won the VFL Premiership and have appointed one of the best AFL coaches in the system in Damien Hardwick. So we think a lot of exciting things are happening there. Last night we saw the Gold Coast Suns women beat Essendon in Mackay, which means that they will play finals, and the Brisbane Lions women's will also play in the AFLW final series commencing next week. So tonight, we induct 86 people into the Queensland Hall of Fame. We elevate 8 people to legend status. We're going to recognise people who formed competitions, people that pioneered women's leagues, and fantastic clubs who've won extreme premierships. We want to recognise the QAFL stars and everyone that's nurtured the talent in our state. 157 years of contribution. And in 2024, we'll celebrate 120 years of the Queensland State League competition. It's been a huge task for the selection committee and the Queensland Hall of Fame committee that's been led by Dean Warren. And I just want to call out Dean, whose remarkable leadership and passion to get this event happening. So thank you, Dean, and for all the, yes, round of applause. It took us a couple of years, but we got there, Dean, and we've had some amazing committee meetings, so thank you, everyone, and a lot of spreadsheets, and also not just for Dean's leadership for tonight, but also the contribution you've made to Queensland footy and to the AFL, so thank you, Dean. So tonight is about celebrating, it's about reminiscing, and it's about thanking everyone for playing their part. So to start the proceedings for tonight, let's hear from the AFL CEO, Andrew Dillon.
Footy has a rich, enduring history in Queensland, spanning more than 157 years. Tonight, for the first time in 15 years, the AFL community gathers to celebrate and induct 86 new members into the prestigious Queensland Hall of Fame. 8 members will also be elevated to legend status. Queensland football has never been in better shape. This year saw the highest participation figures that the state has seen, with more than 68,000 boys, girls, men and women playing our great game, and 307,000 students playing Queensland school competitions and programs. This record cemented Queensland as the fastest growing football state in the country. But this incredible growth would not be possible without the legacy and passion of those who paved the way. And tonight, they will be recognised. Much of the success of the code comes down to the strong foundations of the Queensland Football League, which was founded back in 1904. Now known as the QAFL, the competition has produced some of the game's greatest players, including your MC tonight, Jason Dunstall, who started his career at Coorparoo Football Club before going on to play for Hawthorn and win 4 VFL premierships.
Number 19, Jason Dunstall.
He also has a golden boot, sitting 3rd in the all-time AFL goals kicked, with 1,254 to his name.
Great kick.
The era of the Brisbane Lions three-peat left an enduring legacy on the state. Black, Brown, Lappin and Lynch became household names.
We've done it, Brisbane.
Tonight, those players will officially have their names etched into Queensland football history. The formation of the Gold Coast Suns in 2011 saw a rivalry begin between our two Queensland clubs, which strengthened the state's passion for the game. This would not have been possible without pioneers forging the path, many who are in the room tonight. In 2016, the Brisbane Lions became one of the founding clubs to form a team in the inaugural season of the AFL women's competition. And they quickly became a force to be reckoned with, and after a few heartbreaking losses, won their first premiership in 2021. The Suns joined in 2020, and together they've inspired women and girls across Queensland and continue to take our game to new heights.
Brilliant mark, closing late.
Tonight we celebrate footy legends, local heroes, trailblazers, those who've forged the path to the modern game and making it what it is today. Welcome to the Queensland Football Hall of Fame.
Thank you, Trish, and also to Andrew Dillon. All right, throughout the course of the evening, we will hear some great stories from our inductees while reflecting on the growth of Queensland football. We're going to put the incredibly talented Jess to work early. She's going to drive all our interviews. We're going to kick it off tonight with an icon of Queensland football media as we welcome to the stage Peter Blucher.
Luch, hello, welcome. It's so wonderful to have you here tonight, and from one journalist to another, the career that you've had is something that I really admire, so it's a really big joy to be here tonight with you.
From a young one to a very old one, yeah, that's true.
You have been involved in Queensland football for 45 years, and I would be here all night if I were to list your CV, but straight off the top, I want to know what it means to you to be here tonight.
Well, it's another fantastic chapter in Queensland footy, and I guess it takes us back to, I guess the 2003 Queensland Team of the Century, which I think was the brainchild of Richard Griffiths, who's here tonight to take his rightful place in the Hall of Fame. The Team of the Century. Then we had the Hall of Fame in 2008, and it really is just another great chapter. Although if you'd followed Griffo on social media lately, you'd think he's more excited about the release of the new Beatles song, which he's been quite obsessed with. But he is always a man of great things. He has organised an after party at the Pineapple tonight, so a man of great insight. You're right, I guess. My footy journey started in 1979 when I joined the Courier Mail, when the likes of Owen Backwell and Barry Clark and Don Smith were running around, dominating the competition. We saw the great era of the 83-4-5 Queensland side, which I think is very rightfully inducted tonight. They played such a key role in the birth of the Brisbane Bears, under the likes of Normie Dare, who I'm sure is here, Kevin O'Keefe, Zane Taylor, so many great people, the late great Mick Nolan, and of course the era of the Brisbane Lions, which was so special in 01-2-3. So, and great to see some of those guys inducted as well. I always say, if you don't understand where you've come from, you don't know where you're going, and that to me is what tonight's all about. It is about remembering the history that we've all been part of, and it's really, really good to see so many people here tonight.
Absolutely, and we thank you so much for your contribution, and we wouldn't have been able to put together tonight without you. You've had the chance to speak to all inductees or a family member of inductees. How was that experience, chatting to 86 inductees or a family member of one of them?
Yeah, it was a fantastic experience. It was a bit daunting, really. But what you learn is that everyone has their story, and everyone, so many different people have played a part in all of this, and it's so good to see. We've got players, coaches, administrators, volunteers, even scumbag media types like myself and Brian Burke. So shout out to Berkey. we've even got 5 umpires, would you believe? One thing I did learn that the likes of Derek Humphrey-Smith and Aaron Deckies, Murray Bird, Ben Ryan and Martin Hop, and they're actually, despite what we believe, they're actually good people. So that's been a bit of a surprise. It's great tonight to see 6 females amongst the group, and I had to write them down. But Fiona Sassarago, but she'll always be McClarty to me. Cherie Brockwell, Bree Brock, Marlo Brack, Asta O'Connor, Joe Butland, and there hadn't been too many women prior to tonight, so that's really good, and I'm sure in the years to come there will be many, many more of them as Queensland sets the standard for women's footy. But moreover, I think I've learned that just what it means to be inducted in the Hall of Fame to these people, and it's just fantastic to see so many people here with family and friends, people who travel from far and wide. I'm not breaking any secrets, I don't think, in saying that there's one guy here tonight I want to especially mention. It's no secret he's battling ill health. I think he's here, Terry Weller. Hopefully he's here. If so, good to see you, big fella, and keep on fighting.
And lastly, before we let you go, Bluch, we know Queensland football has been on a really long journey and evolution. Can you give us 1 or 2 highlights over the journey?
1 or 2, you're trying to shut me up, aren't you? I'll give you 3. I thought they were really special. A guy called, who we induct tonight is called Kim Stahl from Mount Isa, Central Highlands. That was an interview with a difference. It was done via email as he cruised around the fjords of Norway on a cruise ship. And it was a tough gig in itself, but what I didn't realise, it was actually more difficult than I thought, because I wasn't talking to one Kim Stahl, I was talking to 2 Kim Stahls. It's actually a Mr. Kim and Mrs. Kim, so that was quite challenging in itself. But once we worked out that which one I was talking at the time was good, and his story is quite extraordinary. Darryl Dunnett from Rockhampton is typical of so many of those country administrators who've done such an extraordinary job, and as the footy world works, he knew a bloke who knew a bloke who knew Jason. Put him in touch with Jason. He was struggling to keep his club up in central Queensland going. Got onto Jason. Against his better wishes, Jason flew up there free of charge, did a sportsman's night. Can't believe he did that, Jason, but well done, mate. And Darryl Dunnett was so impressed that he called his son after Jason. So he's here tonight. I think they'll be looking forward to catching up with you. But perhaps my favourite interview of the lot was a guy that as a young Kenmore nobody from 1967 played a lot of football against at Sherwood. He went unbeaten from under 7s to under 17s. Played at Sherwood, he played at West, he played at Cairmont, played at Collingwood, and he played at the Brisbane Bears. When he moved from Perth to Collingwood, the Magpies paid a $325,000 transfer fee, which at the time was worth the equivalent of 5 normal houses. So he was a big deal. I think he should have gone in the first lot of inductions. Perhaps we got that wrong, but at least I'm really pleased we got it right tonight. His career was cruel by injury, and he probably fell out of love with footy. And it was great to catch up with him. He now lives out at Noosa. Lives at Noosa. I think, at least I hope to think, that he's fallen back in love with footy. It's a really special night for him tonight, because he's come a long way. He has never, and they said when I had to ring him, they said, don't ring him, ring his wife, because he won't answer his phone, and he wouldn't. But that's typical of the guy. He's never sent an email in his life. He's never sent a text message in his life. And tonight, for the first time since 2010, when his daughter was married, he's wearing long pants. So really great to see you here tonight, Gary Shaw.
Wonderfully said, Bluch. I could sit here and chat to you all day. We have a big night ahead of us. Thank you so much for being here, and we look forward to recognising you later tonight as well. Peter Blucher, please give him a round of applause. Thank you. And Jace, I hope you've got your vocal cords warmed up. Jace, over to you.
Off and running, big time. Thank you, Bluch. Always had the ability to talk under wet cement. Clearly an ability he has not lost. And mind you, Bluch has been good enough to do a short biographical snap on all our inductees tonight as well. So a big thank you for that. And if anything's wrong, it's Bluch's fault. All right, we're going to get underway with the first round of induction. So all those inductees with a blue wristband, if you could please move to the left of stage, that would be great. And I'd like to invite to the stage the Chair of AFL Queensland, Dean Warren, to present each recognition. No, all good, mate. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. A little bit of quiet, please, as we get into the inductions. First up, special moment for all of these inductees who have made incredible contributions to the game, and we kick it off with Aaron Deckies. A star in his chosen field of umpiring, Aaron was the 42nd umpire in VFL-AFL history to officiate 300 games. He was the 11th boundary umpire and the first Queensland umpire to do so. Retired in 2018 after 21 seasons at the elite level. Asta O'Connor. Asta has been a monumental figure in the growth of women's football in Queensland, as well as a great in the women's game across the country. A member of the first Queensland women's side that played in Darwin in 2003, she became a state team regular before becoming a Western Bulldogs AFLW legend and part of the Geelong expansion team to round out an extraordinary career. Alistair Lynch. A born and bred Tasmanian, he was a 25-year-old, 120-game Fitzroy All-Australian in the prime of his career when he joined the Brisbane Bears on an historic 10-year deal in '94. He enjoyed a remarkable career that spanned 17 years, 306 AFL games and 3 premierships, now a triple Hall of Famer and commentator of our game on Fox Footy. Andrew Martin. Popular. Andrew is a footballer's footballer if ever there was one, playing at Aspley for 8 years before moving to Zilmere for 13 years and playing a key role in Zilmere's 87, 88 and 89 grand finals. In 1988, he was awarded the Joe Grant Medal for his performance in the QAFL Grand Final. An amazing career included 330 senior games, Queensland representative duties and All-Australian selection. Andrew Rains. Andrew's 12-year career with Richmond, Collingwood, Essendon, Brisbane and the Gold Coast saw him emerge as one of the most exciting young talents in Queensland football. In 2006, he finished second in the Jack Dyer Medal, Richmond's best and fairest, was second in the AFL Rising Star and represented Australia in international rules. Ben Hudson. 4 clubs, 3 states and 20 years with more to come is the career of Ben Hudson. From Werribee to the Gold Coast to Brisbane and back to Werribee, he's had the chance to play in the QAFL, VFL and AFL, where he was Queensland's first 4-club AFL player. At 34, he played his 168th and last game with Collingwood against the Gold Coast Suns. Ben Ryan. Ben followed in the footsteps of Murray Bird, Queensland's first field umpire, and joined the umpire pathway while still at school in Rockhampton. Made his senior QAFL umpiring debut in 2002 and did the QAFL Grand Final in 2005. He officiated the finals in 07, 08, 09 and 2010, one of the brightest umpiring prospects in our game. In 2011, he was elevated to the AFL National Umpiring Panel and continued umpiring until 2017, retiring as one of Queensland's umpiring's very best, officiating in 121 AFL games and 144 QAFL games. Bernie Godke, originally a rugby league man. Bernie's now one of the most influential administrators in AFL Capricornia, the man after whom the league's highest individual award is named. He's a life member of the Glenmore Football Club, AFL Capricornia and the now defunct Central Queensland Australia Football Association. Bernie had a profound influence on league governance and regulations, the quest for a headquarters ground, and some of the little things that make a big difference. Bill Pearce. When you think of Bill Pearce and the Sherwood Football Club, you think of loyalty and longevity. They define perfectly the man who is the son of the club president and played more than 600 games for the Magpies. He was the club's first QAFL captain, the first Grogan medalist, and has the club's best and fairest trophy named in his honour. Brad Edwards. After playing 10 AFL games for Brisbane, then being drafted by the West Coast Eagles, Brad chose to make Queensland home, where he would become one of the Morningside Panthers' all-time greats. 170 games with the club from 91 to 98. He captained Morningside from 93 to 96, won 3 best and fairest, and a key member of premiership sides in 91, 93 and 94, as well as playing in 3 other grand finals. Arguably the most influential player in the competition in his prime, he was also the Courier Mail Player of the Year among a range of other individual awards. Brad Miller. The son of South Melbourne player Neville Nifty Miller followed in his father's footsteps and played the elite game in Victoria. After being picked at number 55 in the 01 draft, he played 133 games for Melbourne, including 4 finals. Went on to play 24 games with Richmond before retiring, with 157 games to his name. He then found his passion in coaching, went on to coach at Melbourne, the Giants, and is now, after 20 years away from home, returned to Queensland and works at the Gold Coast Suns as an assistant coach. Brianna Brock, who unfortunately was unable to be here this evening, her sister Kay San will be accepting the induction on behalf of Bri. From putting numbers on the back of jumpers at Zilmia to the first female CEO in the AFLW, Bri has cemented Queensland's reputation as one of the powerhouse states for women's AFL by establishing the Brisbane Lions' inaugural women's team, who went on to play an undefeated debut AFLW season. Bri has created a full playing pathway for the women and girls of Queensland and now holds the post of head of women's football at the Lions. Brett Backwell. From Wests and the Northern Eagles to Carlton in the AFL and VFL and finally on to West Adelaide in the Sandful, Brett Backwell's career was a roller coaster but full of achievements. Played in a senior premiership at 15 in Hervey Bay. Starred for Queensland in the Australian Under-19 Championships. He won the Liston Trophy in the VFL, the Foss Williams Medal in 06 as South Australia's best player and won the Sandful's McGarry Medal. The 9-fingered football fanatic played 150 Sandful games, 6 games for South Australia, and still is the only person in history to win the Liston Trophy in the VFL and the Sandful's McGarry Medal. Brian Burke, a man of great sporting knowledge and journalistic expertise with a special AFL passion. Brian, a Victorian, was a critical ally of the National Code from his early years in Queensland through to the overwhelming popularity of the 2000s. He spent decades writing about Queensland AFL for various publications, including The Australian and the Courier Mail. Cameron Buchanan. Cam tells a story that goes right to the heart of Queensland football. He played junior footy at Aspley, representing Queensland in the Teal Cup, before beginning his senior career at Zilmia with 3 grand finals against Southport in 87, 88 and 89. A standout at state league level, and in 88 was among the younger members of the Queensland State of Origin team. In 89, he was named Queensland Player of the State Series, played 200 senior games, and has never lost touch with his footy days. Shay Cockatoo Collins. The 160-game Essendon Port Adelaide star is an AFL pioneer as the very first First Nations Queenslander to play at the elite level. Taken by Essendon with pick number 42 in 1992, he decided to stay and play for Port Adelaide in the SANFL, but progressed so quickly that in 93 he played for a combined Queensland Northern Territory State of Origin side before joining Essendon in the AFL. After 5 years and 85 games at Essendon, 7 years with Port Adelaide in the AFL and the SANFL, and 2 years with United in the Adelaide Plains Football League, it was the end of a stellar playing journey. Well done, mate. Cherie Brockwell. Cherie had a fair clue very early in life that she was going to live in the football world. It was the birth of a 30-year involvement in which she played a critical role in the development of the game at junior and youth level and the establishment of women's football. From junior administrator and general manager of the Brisbane Juniors to AFL Queensland executive, Cherie made her mark on Queensland football, played a key role in giving junior football a voice, and helped establish a fundamental belief that there was a place in the game for anyone and everyone, regardless of abilities and aspirations. Clinton Alloway. Clinton, a Melbourne-born Queenslander, represented Queensland in his teenage years before joining Mount Gravatt in the QAFL. Taken as a rookie by the Brisbane Lions in 2000, he spent 2 years with the club before heading to Box Hill in the VFL in 02, captaining the club in 04 and 05. He joined North Adelaide in 06, played 131 games for the club and was awarded the Ken Farmer Medal as the SANFL's leading goal kicker at age 34. In 2017, he joined the Great Southern Football League for 3 years, bringing his total senior games played to almost 500 across 3 states. Colin Tobiasen, a lifelong passionate supporter of Australian football in Queensland. Cole returned to the Redland Victoria Point Sharks at age 73. Prior to his return, he had his own stint in the game, making his QAFL debut at 17. He played about 70 senior games from 66 to 70. In 71, a knee injury ended his career. He moved into coaching and administration with the Redland Victoria Point Sharks, the then South Queensland Australian Football Association, the Brisbane Australian Football League, the North East Australian Football League, and finally back to the Sharks, where he currently serves as president. Corey Lambert. Corey's one of the great football journeymen. He travelled far, wide and often in pursuit of the Sherrin and all that goes with it. He left an indelible impression on the game in Queensland as a Grogan medalist in a premiership side at West Brisbane in 96. The Grogan medal and premiership were special highlights in a career that spanned 260 senior games in 4 states, 4 premierships, 3 Best and Fairest awards and 2 league medals. Courtney Dempsey. A scholarship in Brisbane was the turning point for Courtney Dempsey to focus on Australian football and leave rugby league behind, playing first with the Kenmore Bears and later Morningside in the QAFL. Growing into a legitimate AFL prospect, he was drafted to Essendon in 05 during his 133-game career. He's often remembered for incredible skills. Playing until 2016, he moved into a role with AFL Victoria as the Indigenous Football Pathways Manager, hoping now to help young Indigenous players live the same dream that he lived. Well done, mate. So congratulations to all those inductees in the first round there. We're going to get Jess back on stage now, and she's going to have a chat to 3 of our inductees. Could we please welcome Steve Russ, Cam Buchanan and Paul Shelton.
Well, thanks, Steve, Cam, and Paul for joining me on stage. What a great start to the evening, everyone. Really looking forward to having a chat. All three of you have had really incredible football journeys in your own right. But Cam, I want to start with you. You're a passionate former Zilmere Eagle, as am I, and you still keep in touch with your footy roots. Can you tell us your memories that you have in the Queensland League, especially around that dominant 1995 season, of course winning another flag, and then back in 97 when you returned?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I have so many, wonderful memories from playing in the QAFL. Probably, the early memories, I was relatively young when I started playing for Windsor Zilmere, and I was so lucky to come into an amazing footy club and footy team. We had an incredible rivalry with Southport, and I see a few of, the Southport guys there, but we played in 3 consecutive grand finals in a row, 89, 88 and 89, 87, 88, 89. We won the 89 grand final, lost the other 2. Some of those early memories, I mean, it was a physical game, back there. I came straight out of under-17s, and luckily I was sitting on the bench in the 87 punch-up before the 87 grand final. I was pretty happy to be sitting there on the bench. That was pretty amazing. But any given day that you sort of went out there, you could see a couple of guys, having a good old-fashioned punch on. So that were some of the memories that I have. The other thing was, guys just took some incredible marks, some of the amazing overhead marks. Like we had guys in our team, Robbie Dickfoss, just used to take these amazing hangers. We had this guy, an Indigenous footballer called Paul Ugle, who just used to take these unbelievable marks sitting on top of guys' heads. So, that was amazing. The 95 premiership was, probably the highlight of my career, definitely, and that was a wonderful memory. But, so many memories, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. It's congratulations on everything you've achieved. Absolutely, yeah, give it up. Thanks, Cam. And Paul, I'll go to you next. A Morningside man through and through, as we know, and you've been part of the QAFL for many, many years. Can you tell us a little bit about how you think that competition had evolved over the time that you were involved in it?
I'm probably not the best person to ask that, I don't think. I think back, I grew up watching in the 1990s, Blocker Edwards, who's here tonight, plenty of other players from Morningside, Dean Edwards, Boothie, Backers, Burke, all those blokes playing in the 90s. So I grew up watching the QAFL, and that was the standard. So then get the opportunity to come and play in the QAFL was pretty special. So where it's sort of got to now, I don't know, Dino. I think it needs to go back to the QAFL how it should be. So,
Thanks so much for being here, Paul. You really have achieved so much, and we're so grateful to have you here. And from one Morningside legend to another, Steve, so great to have you here on stage. It runs in the family as well. Tell us, though, what was the driver between, from your transition from Victoria to Queensland and in turn to Morningside, and how did that kind of affect your career?
Well, when I come up to Queensland, I, obviously had a history with John Blair playing at South Melbourne, and it's very interesting that tonight we have 3 guys who were running around in South Melbourne reserves. Blairy went on to become a legend of the code up here, and another bloke went on to be a legend at South Melbourne and play over 250 games. And then there's me, but we're all in the same room. So I'm really proud to be here and be part of everything that's going on tonight. It's been fantastic.
Absolutely. 3 of the best, everyone. Please give it up for Cam, Steve and Paul. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Jess. Now, remember what I said off the top about respect and discipline. It's a big crowd. There's a lot to talk about. But when we get the opportunity to listen to our inductees, ladies and gentlemen, and unfortunately we can't hear from all of them, but let's please afford them every courtesy, because there are some great stories and memories to reflect upon. All right, we move to our next group of inductees. If you have a red wristband on, front and centre, please, over here as quick as you can. And we get Dean Warren, the Chair of AFL Queensland, back up for the presentations. Give another ball here before we start. Are we good to go? Are we waiting for a thumbs up from... Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a deep breath, please, as we get into the next round of inductions. Nice and quiet, please. A little quieter than that, thank you. Very, very important evening for so many people. Let's make it special for everyone, please. Daniel Merritt. A triumph for AFL Queensland's talent identification program. Daniel grew up playing rugby league, cricket, volleyball and touch footy and finished a 200-game AFL player with the Lions. After watching mates play for Surfers Paradise in 01, he filled in and the rest was history. With a little help from AFL Queensland development manager Mark Browning, he was given a run in the Brisbane Lions reserves in their last game of the qualifying rounds. It was his 9th game of football. In less than 12 months, he was drafted by the Lions at number 30 and was the 11th Queenslander to reach 200 games. Daniel Pratt. An Aspley junior, Daniel played for the Queensland under-18s before spending time at North Eagles in the QAFL. His rookie listed by the Lions in 03 and drafted by North Melbourne in 04. In a brilliant 07 campaign, Daniel played every game, including a prelim final, and finished 3rd in the Sid Barker medal. An All-Australian nominee in 08. He was top 10 in the best and fairest in 06 and 08 and was in the North Leadership Group for 5 years. Danny Craven. In November 1992, Danny moved to the Sunshine State with nothing but a verbal commitment from the Brisbane Bears to begin what has been a glorious 30-year association with Queensland football. 35 games for the Bears between 93 and 95 before coaching 3 senior clubs to 5 premierships over 7 seasons. He also coached Queensland sides at senior and under-17 level. He coached South Queensland from 2016 to 2019 and again in 2021. And in 2023, he took on the official role as ambassador, all while doing 20 years of expert radio commentary on AFL, QAFL and community football. Daryl Dunnett. Now, Daryl's an AFL pioneer in the Capricornia region, a legend at not one club but 2. He played more than 250 games for Wandle from 73 through to 85, and every representative game the league played in that time. A 3-time premiership captain coach, a 50-time Capricornia representative, he then turned his hand to off-field matters and the development of the code in the region and the development of new grounds and facilities. Darren O'Brien. One of Queensland football's greats. Darren settled on the Gold Coast in 2003 after stints with the Glenelg under-19s, the Glenelg seniors and Palmerston in Darwin. 145 games for Southport from 03 through to 2011. He won the club's best and fairest 3 times. He skippered the Sharks from 04 through to 08, leading the club to flags in 05 and 08 and was a regular state representative. David Bain. Now, David's the only person in football history to win the Sandover Medal, the Gardner Medal and the Grogan Medal for the best player in the WAFL, the VFL and the QAFL, winning the Grogan Medal not once but twice. Taken in the 88 draft, he played 86 games for the Bears, was a dual best and fairest. In 1995, after a one-year stint with Fitzroy, he returned to Queensland, played 108 games for Southport, winning the Grogan Medal in 95 and 99, and captaining the Sharks to an extraordinary premiership quartet, 97, 98, 99 and 2000. David Hale. David's a triple premiership player, winning a flag in his last 3 years. A 13-year, 237-game career in the AFL with North Melbourne and Hawthorn. Following his career, he was an assistant coach at Freo from 2016 to 2021 and now is part of the coaching staff at Hawthorn. David James. David was a Southport great through the early 2000s. He played 211 games in 11 years, and more than a decade on, his legacy lives long and strong at Frank Hauser Reserve. Along the way, he won 3 premierships and won the Southport Best and Fairest 3 times as well. Significantly, and appointed to his sheer class, he won the Sid Guildford Trophy, the AFL Queensland Record Player of the Year in premiership years. Dean Howard. Dean was a Broadbeach junior who forged a wonderful career with West Adelaide and North Adelaide in the SANFL after a fleeting AFL stop with the Adelaide Crows. He became a dominant figure in the SANFL, playing 135 games with West Adelaide, 44 with North Adelaide and representing South Australia 3 times. Following his time in the SANFL, Dean returned to Broadbeach for one last season before retiring at 32 after 250 senior games. Derek Humphrey-Smith, a Maine Tigers clubmate of Jason Ackermanis. Derek Humphrey-Smith was destined for football, but a broken leg set his career down a different path, umpiring. In only his 3rd season of umpiring in 94, he went away with the Queensland Teal Cup side to Perth. In 96, the boy from Brisbane became Queensland's 3rd AFL umpire, behind Murray Bird and Craig Durham. Derek umpired 83 AFL games from 96 to 03 before moving into media and commentary. Fiona Cesarago. Fiona is one of the greatest pioneers of women's football, not just in Queensland, but Australia-wide. The first full-time female development officer in the country when she joined the AFL Queensland team in 01. 22 years later, she's a woman who's made an indelible mark in the traditional world of men's football and became a pioneer in women's football as she became the first employee of the Gold Coast Suns AFLW program, head of women's football. Gary Toy. Gary kicked off his career at Golden Valley Juniors before joining Wilson Grange. There he played 208 senior games, won the club's best and fairest in 82 and was a regular in the Queensland representative side, playing under 19s in 75 and seniors from 77. Since 2010, he's been a member of the coaching staff at Aspley, who in that time have won 3 flags in the NEFL and the QAFL. Gary Shaw. Growing up idolising Queenslanders like Owen Backwell, Don Smith and Barry Clark, Gary had his own Queensland footy journey. A Queensland rep in his teenage years, and at senior level, he moved to Western Australia and joined Claremont, where he was a premiership player in his first season. In 82, he was a state player for Western Australia and won the Claremont Best and Fairest before signing with Collingwood and playing 32 games for the club. He moved back to the Brisbane Bears in the late 80s, playing another 6 games before injury ended his career. Gavin McGuan. Now, Gavin couldn't join us this evening, but Zane Taylor's been good enough to collect the certificate on his behalf. Gavin's a Southport Premiership captain, coach and legend. Moved to the Gold Coast from Ballarat and joined what was then the Southport Magpies in the Gold Coast Football League, winning premierships in 80 and 81. In 83, Norm Dare and Gavin led the Gold Coast powerhouse into the QAFL as the Southport Sharks, taking home premierships in 83, 85 and 87. He went to Coolangatta in 86 and 88, winning another flag, before returning to Southport in a coaching job and taking the club to another flag in 89. In the 90s, he continued to coach and took Broadbeach to the 96 QAFL flag, rounding out his career. Jeff Pemberton, a true blue Cairns boy. Jeff is a much decorated player through a career that spanned 265 senior games with South Cairns, the Cairns Saints and Southport from 89 through to 06. He won 4 premierships across the 3 clubs, represented Queensland against Victoria in 99, a 2-time Best and Fairest winner at South Cairns, and in 05 was chosen in the AFL Cairns Team of the Half Century. Annual trophies at South Cairns in seniors and juniors are presented to the Jeff Pemberton Rising Star. Howard Kennedy Sr., and we invite Howard Kennedy Jr. to collect on behalf of his father. Howard was a key figure in the growth of Australian football across North Queensland as a player, coach and administrator for more than 60 years. Playing juniors in Melbourne, he joined the RAAF, and his duties took him across states, including Deniliquin and Sales premiership teams. As the war came to an end, he played in service teams in Malaysia, Borneo and Japan. In 58, he formed the Babina Magpies, where he was secretary and later league delegate throughout their entire existence from 58 to 86. He represented Cairns in the early contests against Townsville and played in Papua New Guinea in 1961. His last rep game was at age 52 in 1969 in Mount Isa at the only North Australia Carnival, but he kept playing in some fashion until the age of 65. Ian Polglaze. Ian was a player, coach, committeeman, president and QAFL delegate turned innovator and visionary. He was introduced to football at Camp Hill State School and played through the grades at Morningside for under 11s through to the seniors. After hanging up the boots, he joined the Morningside Committee in 1978 and has been part of the club's rebirth, growth and development. And he's proud to be part of one of 6 three-generation families at Morningside. Jack Kavanagh, and accepting on his behalf is his son Rick. Known as the Gentleman of Gold Coast Footy, Jack Kavanagh played local football during his time with the Army before moving to Queensland in the mid-50s. He umpired junior footy in the early 60s and moved to senior ranks at age 41. In the early 70s, he umpired 2 Gold Coast League grand finals before spending a year as president of Labrador. From there, he was treasurer of the Gold Coast AFL for 8 years, 2 as secretary-treasurer, and was awarded life membership. Heavily involved in the development of junior football on the tourist strip, he was a long-term president of the Labrador Juniors. Jamie Charman spent more than 4,000 days as a Brisbane Lions player from 01 through to 2011, a member of arguably the greatest AFL team of all time, the Brisbane Lions side that completed an extraordinary premiership hat-trick with a 50-point grand final win over Collingwood at the MCG. Before his Lions career took off, he won a premiership with the Northern Raiders under-18 side, was a member of the All-Australian under-18 team in 2000 and the North Queensland Open rep. In 2011, he retired as a member of a glorious Lions draft class of 2000, with his 129 games in jumper number 19 remaining a Lions record. Jim Conlon. Jim couldn't join us this evening, so we ask Ron Lockins to accept on his behalf. Jim was a Wilson Grange star of the 50s and 60s who had the distinction of winning the club's first Grogan medal, albeit retrospectively 30 years after 3 clubmates had won the league's highest honour, a combined 5 times. Part of the under-18s Grange team who won the club's first premiership and a member of the 55 team that won the club's first senior premiership. He was crowned club champion in 56 and 57. His career spanned 20 years from juniors to seniors before retiring in 69, a further 20 years off-field. Joanne Butland. In an extraordinary career spanning multiple sports, including time with the Matildas, Jo blazed a trail for countless young girls in North Queensland. Following her time in basketball and soccer, Jo moved on to Australian football with the North Cairns Tigers, where from 2003 she played in 10 premierships, the last 7 as playing coach. A 3-time best of field in the grand final, with many accolades in her career, including best and fairest, Queensland representative and All-Australian. Jo is also a renowned coach in Cairns, giving countless young girls a start in Queensland football. John Finn. John is in his 50th year with the West Townsville Football Club, now known as the Thuringowa Bulldogs. He played in 5 senior premierships over 18 years and was a premiership coach, a best and fairest winner, a Townsville and North Queensland rep, and for 28 years was the senior club administrator. He founded the club's Masters program and played for 12 years, but perhaps his biggest legacy was his involvement in the development of Riverway Stadium. Jonathan Brown. Keep it down. An All-Australian under-18 selection from the Geelong Falcons in '99. Brownie was a triple AFL premiership player at 21 and a legend in the making, a key figure in the 01, 02, 03 flags, and as his career progressed, he collected a Merritt Murray medal hat-trick in 07, 08 and 09. All-Australian selection in 07 and 09. He was vice-captain in 09 and AFL Players Association best captain in 07 and 09. And the most courageous player in 07, 08 and 2011. His retirement came in 2014 after a stellar 256-game career. Well done, mate. Josh Drummond. Josh forged an impactful 94-game career with the Lions that catapulted him into the AFL coaching ranks. He spent time with Maroochydore as a junior and 3 years in the QAFL with the Northern Eagles, winning the Zilmere Best and Fairest and the coveted Zane Taylor Medal as Queensland's best player against ACT at Coorparoo. Debuted for the Lions in 05, chosen in the honorary Queensland State of Origin Team of the Year 3 times, retired in 2010, joining North Melbourne as a development coach and assistant coach before joining the Gold Coast Suns in 2020 and taking charge of the VFL side in 2023, who became the first non-Victorian team to win the VFL Premiership. Well done, mate. Thank you, Dean. Wow, another incredible group of inductees. Fascinating backstories about their time in Queensland football. All right, Jess is about to pop up on stage once again, and she's going to have a chat with 3 of our inductees, so your attention, please, as we welcome Astor O'Connor, Fiona Cesarago, and Joe Butland to the stage.
Where did Astor go? Just around here somewhere. We're just going to chill out for a few minutes and wait for Astor. She's going to join us shortly. So. Here comes Astor, everyone. So I'm so looking forward to this chat as we welcome Asta O'Connor to the stage. So I really appreciate your attention because we have three of the pioneering women in Queensland football with us on the stage tonight. Thank you so much for joining me. Asta, we wanted to wait because I wanted to start with you. You obviously have been a part of the AFLW competition when it first started. So I'd love to know, what were some of your early experiences with the league and how do you think it's changed the game for women's football?
Oh, I think it's changed the game forever. And that's really clear to see. But my early experiences were just, I was so grateful to be there, as were a lot of my teammates. But I think as time went on, we better understood that we belonged and the game was better for having women in those places at the elite level, and it's because of people who I sit next to tonight that was able to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. You make such a really, really important point. And Joe, I'd love to come to you next because playing in Cairns would have been a fantastic experience, and why not when you win 10 flags? Of course, it's going to be absolutely amazing, but it wasn't all premierships for you. And can you explain to us how you work to be a part of the development of so many young girls and women, because there are so many female footballers out there that have you to thank. So I'd love to know where that passion came from to be involved in the development side of the game.
Yeah, I'm a teacher, and I guess I just really loved being able to give back and provide the opportunities for the girls. And, the passion is still there, and I had many people that gave back to me when I was young, and just to be able to do that, and I fell in love with the game, and to be able to pass that on for the kids is really good, and I still do it now.
We have so much to thank you for. And Fiona, I think you've been checking your phone throughout the evening because there's a very, very important football game being played as we speak. First and foremost, congratulations to the Gold Coast Suns playing AFLW finals this season. A wonderful achievement. Thank you. And the difference between the Suns finishing top 4 or 5th rests in the fate of Melbourne, who need to beat Brisbane right now at Springfield. So if you guys don't want to know the score, just cover your ears. But currently, Brisbane are up by 2 points. So are you a Melbourne Demons supporter tonight?
I am tonight.
So wonderful to see the Suns playing finals. And Fiona, of course, you were the first female development officer in the country, and you've made such a massive mark on Queensland footy in a few ways, and obviously in particular women's footy. What are your early memories of the game when you first started out? And I'd love to know what your aspirations and what your hopes are for the future of women's football.
My early memories of the game, I've got so many great memories of it, but I started off as a development officer teaching Auskick, going around to the schools. So going out to the schools, and really great memories of little girls coming to Auskick and being really excited that they had a female teacher and a female coach. So that was something that was really pleasing to me. And a full circle moment for me was actually a player that was on Brisbane's inaugural list. Her mother came up to me and said, you actually taught her how to tie her shoelaces at Auskick, and that's why she kept playing football. She wouldn't listen at home. She learned how to tie her shoelaces at Auskick, and she ended up playing for the Brisbane Lions in the first season. So to see that growth, like when we first started, we would have never imagined that it would happen so quickly. I can imagine even, Asta at 15, 16 years of age would have dreamt about playing in a professional competition and probably wanted to play in the men's competition, but the ability to have such a fantastic career, and that's just my aspirations, are that these young girls coming through can be whatever they want to be and can play at the highest level and soon be full-time professional athletes.
So wonderfully said. Having role models in women's football is so important, of course, me being one of them. So Asta, Joe, Fiona, thank you so much for being here. We have so much to thank you for. Congratulations on your achievements. It was great to chat with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. All right. I can't quite give that a pass mark either. Too much noise when we have our inductees up here having a chat. So you'll get another couple of opportunities. I expect us all to be a little bit better, please. So now we're going to have some dinner so you can talk your bums off right now. Go for your life, catch up with old friends, and we'll be back with some more inductions a little later on.
if I could reach the stars, hold one bound for you, shine it on my heart, so you can see the truth. And this love I have inside is everything it takes. But for now I'm fine. Someday in my dreams I can change the world. I would be the Sunday in your universe. You would think my love was really something, yeah, baby, if I could change the world. If I could be king, even for a day, take you as my queen, having no other way, and our love would rule this kingdom we have. I'll be a fool, wishing for the day I can change the world. I would be the Sunday in your universe. You would think my love was really something, yeah, baby, if I could change the world. Can change the world. Hey, I would be the Sunday in your universe. Oh, you would think my love was really something, yeah, baby, if I could change the world. If I could change the world, baby, if I could change the world. this time and I'd rather be high. I think I want me outside by a rainbow smile to be free. Oh, free. Yeah. And maybe tomorrow I'll find my way home. Maybe tomorrow I'll find my way home. Look around at a beautiful life. I've been the upside of down, inside and out, but we breathe. We breathe. I wanna breeze in an open mind. I wanna swim in the ocean, wanna take my time off of me. Oh, me, yeah. And maybe tomorrow I'll find my way. Maybe tomorrow I'll find my way home. Maybe tomorrow I'll find my way home. Maybe tomorrow I'll find my way. Take a step backwards for a little while and find it there. Oh, it's something that I can't explain, so I may trapped inside to hold it strong, holding on to you, to you. Take me back to you. It's been a long time. Oh, every night I think of you. It's such a lonely life. watched you waving by as you drove away. But didn't know that it would be your last time with me. You seem like they were living with nobody cared. You said that all the time, yeah. Take a step back and see you staring eyes. See you on the day you died. Take me back to you. It's been a long time. Although every night I think of you, it's such a lonely life. Yeah, take me back to you. Take me back to you. Whoa. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. You seem like they were living and nobody cared. You said that all the time. Yeah, take a step back, see you staring eyes. See you on the day you died. Take me back to you, it's been a long time. Oh no, every night I think of you, it's such a long life. Yeah, yeah. Take me back to you. Take me back to you. Yeah. Oh. Hey, thanks. Cheers. As I want you to be, as a friend, as an old enemy. Take time, hurry up. Choice is yours, don't be late. Take a rest as a friend, as an old memory. Memory, yeah. memory, memory, doused in mine, salt and bleach, as I want you to be. As a friend, as an old memory. Memory, yeah, memory, oh, memory. And I swear that I don't have a gun. No, I don't have a gun. No, I don't have a gun. Memory, yeah, memory, yeah, memory, yeah, memory, and I swear that I don't have a gun. No, I don't have a gun. No, I don't have a gun. Welcome to your life. There's no turning back. Even while we sleep, we will find you acting on your best behavior. Turn your back on Mother Nature. Everybody wants to live that way. It's my own design. It's my own remorse. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, they'll be right behind you. So glad we've almost made it. So sad we had to fade it. Everybody wants to die. I can't stand this indecision. Married with a lack of vision. Everybody wants to die. Say that you'll never, 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 never need it. One headline, why repeat it? Everybody wants to die. Yeah, yeah. All for freedom and for pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to die. Shooting down in 1979. Cool kids never had the time. Light white right across the street. Real nice, she made. Jukebox skipping like a storm. Headlights pointed at the dawn. We show we've never seen an end to it all. And I don't even care. Shake these April blues. We don't know where our bones were cast to dust, I guess. God turned hand and sword into the earth alone. Double-cross the breaker-handed boy. We're not sure just what we have in store. One thing steady stepping those kind of say we don't even care. Restless as we are, feel the pull. we thought we'd go home, leave the sound home. Just to never knew the rules. Come down with the freaks and ghouls. Apologies never needed. I know you better than you think to see. I don't even care to shake these empty blues. We don't know just where I'm born to rest to dust, I guess. Forgotten and absorbed into the unknown. Needs the urgency now. As you see, there's no one else around. Yeah. And I feel time's a ways to go. So where you go until tomorrow? And I see these are lies to come. So would you even care? And I feel it. And I feel where you going for tomorrow? Where you going with the mask you found? And I feel when the dogs begin to smell her. Well, she's been alone. And I feel so much depends on the weather. So is it raining in your bedroom? And I see these are the eyes of disarray. Would you even care? And I feel it. And I feel where you going for tomorrow? Where you going with the mask you found? Yeah. And I feel when the dogs begin to smell her. Well, she smelled alone. And when the dogs find her, the time to wait for tomorrow. To find it, to find it, to find it. And when the dogs find her, time to wait for tomorrow. Where you going for tomorrow? Where you going with the mask you found? And I feel when the dogs begin to smell her. Well, she's real alone. And when the dogs find her, the time to wait for tomorrow. To find it, to find it, to find it. And when the dogs find her, time to wait for tomorrow. Find it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if I could please ask you to find your seats. We're going to continue on with the formal proceedings. So everyone needs to find a seat. Simon Black, sit down. Thank you, Blackie. I needed a sacrificial lamb, mate. As quick as we could, please, ladies and gentlemen, so we can keep things rolling. We are right on time, so things are going very, very well. Just need a little bit more patience. All doing an outstanding job. Thank you very much. So just before we get into the next round of inductions, we have a video presentation.
Australian rules football has established itself in Queensland and carved its place in the local sporting landscape. Through 157 years of Queensland football competitions spanning state, metropolitan and country leagues, the careers of many Queensland greats have been launched. Across the 60s, 70s, 80s and 90s, countless players starred across the Queensland leagues, making a glorious 4 decades of footy moments. Some individuals furthered their careers beyond state leagues in the waffle and sandful and showed the rest of the country what Queensland players were capable of. Today, players have the opportunity to participate in regional leagues and in the premier QAFL and QAFLW competitions, as well as the QFA and QFAW. Throughout Queensland football's illustrious history, clubs joined, left, merged and grew. As a powerhouse of Gold Coast football, Southport joined the QAFL in 1983, the North East Australian Football League in 2011 and the Victorian Football League in 2021. Even by their own standards, the Southport team of 1997, 1998, 1999 and 2000 was special, winning 4 consecutive premierships. Up the M1, Sherwood's golden era kicked off in 1975, starting a staggering run of 8 consecutive premierships at SQAFA level from 1975 to 1982, an achievement not seen before. Queensland has a rich history of representative football. The pride in the Maroons is unrivalled, with players vying for a place in the iconic jumper. The Queensland teams of 1983, 1984 and 1985 will go down in history as the playing group that changed the face of Queensland football forever and epitomised what it means to be a Queenslander.
Today, we see the pride in the maroon Guernsey burning bright with the return of representative football against Tasmania at the iconic North Hobart Oval in July. Queensland's modern era of the AFL launched with the formation of the Brisbane Bears, and we saw the evolution of the Brisbane Lions of today. Legends of our game and Queenslanders through and through, the Brisbane Lions triple premiership of 2001, 2002 and 2003 cemented the names of the players in football history.
The Lions have gone back to back to back.
But the AFL success was not limited to Queensland, with plenty of fantastic players representing us proudly in other states. Many Queensland First Nations players have been trailblazers and pioneers and inspire many other First Nations players to pursue their football dreams. 2016 saw the formation of the women's game, the AFLW. Many Queensland women played pivotal roles in the formation of the competition or taking to the field, and ultimately paving the way for female players everywhere. Queensland football wouldn't be what it is today without coaches, administrations and umpires. From the country to the city, our game has been officiated by some of the best in the league. Our game has grown under the watchful eyes of dedicated administrators, talent nurtured and coached by some of the very best the game has ever seen, and unbelievable stories told every day, every week, every year. While Australian rules continues to grow in Queensland, tonight's inductees will be forever etched into the history books as those who paved the way.
So we continue on with the next round of inductees. Those with a green wristband, if you could please make your way down to the left of stage. And we also welcome back the Chair of AFL Queensland, Dean Warren. Yeah, we're getting there, mate. We're getting there. It's going all right. Yeah, no, I mean, the noise is not going to be an issue. I just keep attacking people. No, that's good. They'll listen to the next one. No, yeah. But no, well done. No, all good, mate. All good. All right, nice and quiet, please, as we begin the inductions. Just drop it down a notch, please. Thank you very much. Kim Stahl. In 1976, Kim landed in Mary Kathleen for work and joined the Mary Kathleen Magpies, where he won 5 consecutive Club Best and Fairest awards, the league's Cargill medal 3 times, and played in 3 flags. He moved to the Central Highlands in 81, where he shared in the Moranbah Bulldogs' success, becoming a foundation member of the Central Highlands AFL, formed in 1983. Lee Ryswick. Lee was a Queensland rep at under 15, under 16, under 18 and open level. Played 2 years of senior football at Southport and 2 years with the Lions before joining the Sandfulls North Adelaide Roosters in 06. He spent an exciting 13 years and 230 games with the club, playing 4 times for South Australia, qualifying for life membership of the SANFL and North Adelaide. And after closing out his SANFL career with a premiership with North Reserves, he joined the Barossa District Bulldogs. Len Daddo. Now, Len is more than just a name or club legend at the Noosa Tigers. He formed and named the club and has been a driving force in the club's solidarity and success. An all-around football junkie, he's been on and off the committee and labelled himself a gopher who was available to do anything that needed doing. Served on the Sunshine Coast League through the 70s and 80s and did for the league what he'd done for the club. He was president in 74, 76, 77 and 78 and worked tirelessly to foster the game on the coast. Leo Cam, and on behalf of Leo, Leslie and Rod Cam will come up to accept. Leo Cam was influential across so many pockets in Queensland, from Sandgate to Surfers Paradise, Mackay and the Darling Downs. As a player, he won the inaugural Gold Coast League Best and Fairest for Surfers Paradise and would later serve as president of the club. In Mackay, he pioneered the 4-team league in 1970 and served as the league president for 3 years. He later moved to the Darling Downs and served and contributed 15 years in the region towards playing, coaching, umpiring and tribunal. He was a true gentleman of the game. Mark Browning. 131 out of 197 Queenslanders have played in the AFL since Mark Browning took charge of the Queensland Talent Pathway in '97. The former Sydney Swans champion has played a pivotal role in blazing a path from the one-time football backblocks of Queensland to the elite level, and he knows the background story of every Queensland player who made it and countless more who didn't. After moving to Queensland following his own club champion career at the Swans, he took over from Cameron O'Brien at Southport and coached the Sharks to the QAFL finals in '94 and '95. In '96, he began as AFL Queensland State Talent Manager, and he's still doing it today. Marlo Brack. Now, unfortunately, Marlo wasn't able to attend this evening as she is overseas, but she will be presented with her induction certificate and pin at a later date. Marlo was a 6-year-old girl playing under-7s football with the boys at Maruka. She played until she was 12 and was told girls could no longer play. She did some coaching and umpiring and helped run some junior clinics before walking away from the game. 20 years later, she won the QAFL Women's League Best and Fairest medal for the 2nd year in a row in 2005. She was acclaimed the first champion of women's football in Queensland, a pioneer of the women's game, an outstanding player and later an outstanding coach. Martin Hopp. Martin started his career more than 50 years ago, having played at Coorparoo from the under-7s to the under-17s before he fell in love with umpiring, going on to umpire 286 senior QAFL games, including 5 grand finals and 6 interstate games. He became an influential figure among the umpiring ranks on and off the field. Coach of the Brisbane junior umpires from 90 through to 2003, he finished his own career as a field umpire in 2000 before doing 3 seasons as a goal umpire. And after he'd put away the flags for the last time, he joined the board of AFL Brisbane Juniors to continue his association with the game. Maury McNamee, and we invite Scott Spencer to the stage to collect the certificate on behalf of Maury. When the Sherwood Football Club launched their Hall of Fame in July 22, there was only one person who could be the first inductee, and it was Maury McNamee. He founded the club with Wally Hunter and Bill Michael in 1956. He chose the colours and the nickname, and he was coach of the first team with Bill MacArthur in 57. He coached the first premiership in 58, was the first life member in 64, and was the club's first recipient of the AFL Merit Award in 67. He was still only 33 at the time. A Sherwood man until his passing, aged 72, in 2006. He dedicated more than 50 years to the club. Michael McCormick. Michael unable to join us this evening, so we invite Vonda McCormick to the stage to collect on his behalf. A footballing great from the Riverina area, Michael relocated to the Gold Coast in 1981, which began a commitment of more than 40 years to Queensland football. Known as Tiger, he became president of the Gold Coast Football League in the early 1990s, and he was instrumental in the formation of the Queensland State Football League in late 96. He served as an ambassador for the South Queensland team until 2021, and he helped pave the way for a large crop of country players to join state league clubs. Michael Osborne, a 168-gamer at Hawthorn. Michael spent 3 years playing in the QAFL before he had his rookie opportunity with Hawthorn. After a VFL premiership with Box Hill in 2001 and one senior game in 2002, he was elevated to the senior list in 03 and became the 13th Queenslander to win an AFL premiership in 08, all with a broken tailbone. Subsequently, he was the only Queenslander chosen in the Australian side for the International Rules Series against Ireland. 168 games, finished in 2013, and finished as he'd started, a VFL premiership player with Box Hill. How are you, mate? Please, mate. Murray Bird. The contribution of Murray is special across Queensland football, first as an umpire, but later as an umpire's coach, a varied and wide-reaching football administrator, sports manager, university lecturer, technological innovator and author, and more. He graduated to umpiring the QAFL ranks in 83, did the 85 Teal Cup before moving up to VFL under-19 and country level. He did 4 Queensland State League grand finals, 6 interstate games, and Queensland's first State of Origin win over Victoria at the Gabba in 91. In 1990, he umpired his first AFL senior game, went on to umpire 43 senior games, enjoying some unforgettable moments. Muzza, how are you, mate? Good to see you, buddy. Nigel Lappin. A footballer's footballer with endless courage, commitment, competitiveness and consistency. Nigel's career began in northeast Victoria before he was drafted at number 2 in the 93 draft. Arriving in Brisbane, he debuted in 94, was a fixture for the Bears and Lions thereafter. In the golden era of 2001 to 2004, when they won 3 premierships and played in a 4th grand final, he was the only player to win All-Australian selection in all 4 years. 279 games from 93 through to 08, including the 2003 grand final with 2 broken ribs and a punctured lung. Following his retirement, he joined Geelong's coaching staff in 2009. Paul Sherwood. From Morningside to Glenelg in the Sandful, Paul's career spanned 190 senior games. A Queensland adopted player turned export, Paul played for Morningside until 98, when he decided to move to the beachside club of Glenelg. In his 3rd season, he was Glenelg's best and fairest. He played for South Australia in 03, and after 7 years in the Sandful, played a critical role in getting the club back to the finals. He retired in 2008, moved into coaching and assistant coaching in Queensland and South Australia, where he has been for the last 15 years. Peter Blucher. Peter has been involved in Queensland football for 45 years, writing about it, working in management inside. I've missed one. Well, that's a stuff up, isn't it? My apologies. I got the wrong Paul. I'm going to. Thank you, Jess. Now I've been told twice. Paul Shelton. My apologies, Paul. I went with the wrong Paul. He started his football career as a 4-year-old at the Morningside Panthers and 26 years later was chaired from the ground, retiring as a QAFL senior premiership captain in 2014. In his youth, he captained a Queensland under-18 side, was awarded All-Australian under-18 honours, played for Williamstown and Coburg in the VFL in the mid-2000s, before returning to the Panthers in 09, where he played 125 QAFL and NEFL games, winning 3 flags and the Sid Guildford Trophy in 09 as the coach's MVP. Can I do Bluch now? Peter Blucher. wrote about football for 45 years, if you don't mind. He's worked in management inside and outside the inner sanctum. More recently, he's back writing about it, a journalist at the Courier Mail. He followed the Queensland team everywhere, whilst also writing about the QAFL before moving into basketball. He then made a historic move to the Brisbane Bears in a media public relations role that the game had not seen before. In 2004, he founded an AFL player management company on a mission to help young Queensland football players along the way. He's also documented Queensland football history. Well done, Pete. Cheers, mate. Peter Comiskey. Pete was a renowned media identity and sports administrator, born and bred in Queensland. He played for Sandgate Hawks before following his father in club administration in the 70s. Became a dominant media identity for the Quaffle, the VFL football on Channel 7 from 72 through to 78. In 86, he moved to Western Australia to become the chief executive ahead of the arrival of the West Coast Eagles. In 1990, he returned to Queensland and was given the task of reinvigorating football in southeast Queensland. He would go on to become the CEO of Q Sport, a role he held for 26 years before retiring in March this year. Peter Ware, a Cairns product by way of Thursday Island. Peter would play rugby league on Saturdays and Aussie rules on Sundays. At 16, in 1976, he won the Reg Lillywhite medal as the best and fairest player in the Cairns under-18 competition and was selected for the North Queensland rep side in 81. In 82, he made the biggest move he could without leaving the country. He went all the way to Perth to play for Swan Districts, winning a flag in 83 and was selected as a West Australian rep player. He hung up the boots in 1990 after 132 games in the Waffle. Now we make a presentation to the Queensland representative team of 83, 84 and 85. So those players in acceptance, I believe Alan Giffard, Steve Russ and Zane Taylor are here. Please stand while John Blair accepts the induction on your behalf. In 83, 84 and 85, the Mighty Maroons played 9 games that changed the face of Queensland football forever. 3 years in a row they won a round-robin series against New South Wales, the ACT and Tasmania. 56 players led Queensland to football glory in the mid-80s, winning 8 of 9 games, beating New South Wales and Tasmania 3 times and losing by 6 points to the ACT in 84. They clinched the hat-trick with an extraordinary 96-point win over Tassie in Brisbane in 85. And this Queensland side helped Queensland get the ultimate reward, an AFL side of their own in the future Brisbane Bears. Okay, Jess, you're back up, please. And this might be a pretty tough task, trying to get a word in with this lot. Now we're going to pay a lot of attention, listening and paying due respect to the interviews now, please. It's your third time lucky. We'll get it right this time. Simon Black, Alistair Lynch, Jonathan Brown and Shay Cockatoo Collins, please.
Jess?
Hello, how are we? Where's Shay? Here he is. I was told to sit in the middle, so here we are. It's going to be fun. What an incredible panel, and I don't need to tell you to give us your attention because I can see phones and all sorts of things. This is going to be a wonderful chat. What incredible talent that I'm sitting amongst at the moment. Shay, I'd love to start with you, of course. We've recognised a lot of players and people coming from Cairns tonight, and so I would love for you to kick us off and tell us a bit about your early memories playing footy in Cairns, but also having to travel to chase your dream. And so what was the journey like for you?
Well, I had a few words about the journey from Cairns, but I ran into somebody special tonight, Howard Kennedy. For someone like me, I think that's where it all started. You know, Howard was the ref. He He was a ref, in Queensland too long. He was the umpire, I think he was the administrator. He did probably everything in Cairns AFL at that stage, but I had grandparents from Doomadgee and Mapoon that moved down to Cairns at an early stage, and Uncle Rob, who was, he ended up playing for North Melbourne in the 19s under Dennis Pagan, but I think the journey started when parents took me to every game, every training, ran into Howard, who I do distinctly remember talking back to him as an umpire, but he said, "Son, if you keep doing that, you're never going to play VFL." It was VFL at that stage, so I remember that point. But then again, moving down to Adelaide at an early stage, I think. Cairns is still home, but Adelaide provided for a lot of people who I've seen here inducted another pathway to make it to the VFL and AFL. So, look, Cairns is it's a beautiful place. I see some City United people here. Do you mind if I ask?
Go for it.
There you go, City United. Yeah, that's our junior team, and it's now the City Lions, which captain coached by Melbourne great Aaron Davies. But look, for us, that's where it started. Played several games a day, 8s, 9s, under 10s. You can't do that anymore, as my nephew Courtney Dempsey said. But it was a terrific time in Cairns.
Wonderful. And of course, you're such a wonderful role model for Indigenous athletes. I'd love to know what it means to you to be seen as a role model.
Oh, well, I never really kind of took much notice. I think I was a good boy and nothing really bad happened in my time. But
any objections?
My hero was Stephen Kernahan. So growing up, like the City United jersey was the Carlton jersey. And so, there were no Aboriginal players for Carlton at that stage that I saw anyway. But Kernahan was, he was the hero, and I wanted to be like him. So, but I understand what you're saying. Like you can only be what you can see. But obviously, people like Nicky Winmar and Michael Long, I looked up to them a lot. But I kind of tried to model myself around, as short as I was, trying to be a key position player. I'm never that tall. But I guess what I'm saying is we all have the whether First Nations or not, we all have a responsibility as individuals to be role models, or to be good people, because you never know. Someone, I just came back from Warrnambool last week, but like a little kid from Framlingham might be looking up to you, Jono. Someone in Tassie might be looking up to you, Alistair. Mount Isa kids will be looking up to you.
He was in Mount Isa for a minute. He's got his bloody name on the signpost coming into town.
Pardon me.
Can you believe it?
Pardon me.
No, wonderfully said, Shay. We thank you for the great mark that you've put on Queensland footy. Yeah, you're amazing. Absolutely. Now, also up here tonight, of course, the 3 stars at the three-peat, and I would love to talk about that era, but more importantly, I think the mark that it made on Queensland footy. So, Blackie, we'll kick it off with you. Obviously, it was such an incredible achievement that the Lions did back then. When you're WA, and then you came to Brisbane. When you first came to Brisbane, what do you think the perception was of the sport here in Queensland at that time?
Yeah, look, I guess 98 when I did arrive, we came last, and it was a few years before that. I remember hearing the stories about Robert Wars down the Gold Coast when going to McDonald's, and as he got his cheeseburger meal, would offer him half a dozen tickets to the Brisbane Bears. So it was. I heard all those stories when I arrived in late '97, and we didn't have a great year in '98. But for me, I got an opportunity to play some senior footy, probably well and truly before I was ready, and I got a great taste to it. And I guess when you look back, there's there's a real story around, that group from '98 was largely the group that went on to have that great success in that era. And for whatever reason, obviously John Northey, departed throughout that season, and Lee took over, and his leadership and the player leadership group from that time really grabbed the whole of the group and drove it, and things changed pretty quickly. So, I'm sure Acker will talk later about his journey as what he copped going to Nudgee College as a young boy, but the game was certainly nothing. And when we look back, obviously that's such a what we're probably most proud of, the legacy that we were able to grow in the early 2000s, not just as a team, but to grow the game in this state of non-traditional AFL town was really bloody special.
Yeah, of course. And Alistair, of course, coming up from Fitzroy and playing such a big role in those early years to set the culture and the leadership, I'd love to know your thoughts on what you think the legacy is that three-peat left here in Queensland footy.
I think the legacy sort of complemented the history of Queensland footy, which we see recognised tonight. I mean, so many people, whether it be from northern Queensland, on-field, or administrators that we see acknowledged, it's amazing, rich history, and it was great to be a part of that. Obviously, as we saw Jace induct the Queensland team of 83, 84, 85, which went into the Bears, and then the opportunity for us from interstate to come in and join, like so many others that sort of moved to Queensland and never left.
Would you?
No, that's right. There's so many of us, and to be a part of that club with the players that I got to play with at the start and at the finish, sort of has changed my life. And as we were hearing before, I mean, talk about being role models. It's an absolute privilege to be a part of this. And I mean, grow up in a small country town in Tassie, and you think you'd never experience something like this. And to be a part of that team, to be a part of this Hall of Fame is a great honour and something that I'm very proud of.
Absolutely. And Brownie, speaking about that three-peat, what do you think was the driver of the success? How did you guys be so good for so long?
Yeah, well, we were very lucky. We had a very talented team, and obviously I wasn't there beforehand when Wolsey and John Northey and Rog were there, but I think Lee Matthews obviously helped take them to the next level, and hopefully Damien Hardwick has similar success. There's sort of a lot of similarities with the Gold Coast Suns and Hardwick and Matthews taking over in the late 90s. So he was able to galvanise the group and unite us really, and really embrace our roles. And he really tried to instill into us that if we invest in the team, our individual reputations will be so much greater if we have team success. And no greater example than Sean Hart when he won the Norm Smith medal in 2001. Hardy had the worst job in footy. He had to tag the opposition's best player, and then he had to chase Blackie and Ackers and Vossi's man around all day. But funnily enough, on grand final day, he won the Norm Smith medal for the best player, so arguably the greatest individual award. So that was a great lesson for us all. And so fortunate, we're all still close, aren't we? And it's great to catch up and have a bit of fun with each other. And that's 20 years later. So, and now I see it growing. My daughter Olivia does AFL as a subject down at Palm Beach, Currumbin. I think, Jesus, since when AFL's been a subject in Queensland schools? How good. So obviously it's grown, because I remember my first year, coming up from Victoria, country Victoria, AFL's the big time. And you come up here, so when you first get drafted, you think it's a big thing and everyone knows about you. And I remember I was in the reserves and I was on the way to a game to watch the boys playing the seniors here at the Governor. I got pulled over for speeding. And I had my Lions suit on. I thought, this is an easy way I'll get out of my speeding fine. I got out of the car. I met the copper. I said, sorry, mate, I'm on the way to... I play for the Brisbane Lions. And the copper turned me, he goes, mate, I don't follow soccer. So we've got a long way to go here.
Would that have worked with Acco? Because he had the lion on the back of his helmet and the Brownlow medal around the lion's head on the back of the helmet.
Yeah, that's right, exactly. It's anyway, we got pulled over 4 or 5 years later. The copper wanted a selfie. So anyway, it was it's been incredible to watch the transformation. Obviously, Lynchy was here a lot longer than I was before, and so was Shay in Queensland footy. But it's a testament to a lot of the hard work from people in this room to grow the game. It's fantastic.
Absolutely. Incredible. We've come a long way. Shay, I want to quickly go back to you. Standing, sitting next to these three, of course, your memories from that era, early 2000s, and what do you think of the stories that they're giving tonight?
Oh, well, I remember we didn't win much against them, but, I think knowing that the team winning, obviously as an opposition player, you think, well, I wouldn't mind if we won. But I knew that the power that it gave to Queensland, and I know that not all Queenslanders play or barrack for the Brisbane Lions or the Brisbane Bears at that stage, but it was a very tough time early. A good mate of mine, Mark Williams, who ended up sacking me in the end. I remember playing with Vossi in the under-12s, and Howard Kennedy and I were talking just before. They had Brisbane North, Brisbane Metro, Wide Bay, we were Peninsula. All of those regions look to the Lions for strength, for inspiration, and I think, and I'm probably acknowledging the people not from Brisbane necessarily, because we've got access to the Sherwood Football Club, Morningside, Labrador, but for those people in regional and country areas, particularly Cairns, I think for you guys to win those three, as hard as it was for an opposition player, but as a Queenslander, I loved it. And the fact that Michael was your leader at that stage made me feel kind of good. Kind of good.
Great stuff. It's great. Blackie, finally, I just wanted to leave us with, the three-peat, so incredible, but in your opinion, how do you think that has changed the way that Queenslanders look at the game of Aussie rules here in this state? Like, just how big of an impact was it?
I guess we heard Trish earlier, the numbers that she mentioned about the growth of the game in the last 12 months on the back of the 2020 COVID period as well. It's just been incredible in the uptake of participation, and I guess, like the boys have said, that's what, I guess our little bit of our legacy of football in South East Queensland, we're most proud of, I would have thought, for all of us, just to see the Gabba full, to see the corporate boxes full, and to see to get the Broncos off the back page of the Courier Mail and leading the Channel 9 News. It was a really cool little period, and to see Acker doing his handstands and all that went with it, it captivated, Queensland, not just South East Queensland, but Queensland. To be a part of it, we felt the love as players, and we felt the groundswell of support and the uptake in the game, and that was, for a bloke that grew up in Perth and was a massive West Coast fan. 92, 94, I was there in 94 and went to the grand final, and I was a mad frother on the Eagles and wanted to to play for them, but to come across here and end up and see, I was so fortunate, be a part of this group, and I think that's the special thing about all of us. We're so lucky to have each other and to be so well led by a coach that just really galvanised the playing group. And as Brownie said, he did say to us, he said, unless you submit yourself to the team, you'll never fulfil your capacity as a group. And we bought in, and the town got behind us, and it was a really special little period. So, more than a little period, it was a fantastic period to help grow the game in this part of Australia. So it was we were very extremely fortunate to be a part of it all.
We were all extremely fortunate to watch you guys do your thing. So before I let you guys go, I want to give the audience, I'd love to know one word from each of you. How does it feel to be here in the room tonight? One word, if you could sum up the feeling, Shay.
I'm happy to be here.
Blackie?
3. The obvious one, honoured.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm privileged, especially when you see, obviously, work with Jason, but...
One word.
Well,
you've had a bad 15 minutes, haven't you?
I just wanted to keep going and just highlight, it's the first mistake I've ever seen him make when he stuffed up Paul Sherwood before, but very privileged.
Well, the Chief, he didn't get off to a good start, did he? I mean, he was great to start with. Then he threw to a video clip which was 50% about him, with the mullet flowing. No, you're doing a good job, Chieftain.
One word, Lynchy.
Respectful.
Amazing. Yeah. Thank you. Everyone, please, a big round of applause for our wonderful panel. Thank you.
Help yourself. Just couldn't help yourself. You got to question people's intelligence, have you? When they sledge someone who has the last right of reply with a microphone. Hey, big tick for everyone out there. That was brilliant. You could have heard a pin drop listening to all the guys talk. That was absolutely brilliant. And it was great to hear from Shay and from Simon and also from Lynchy. And you too, Jonathan. See, being quiet, all that's going to do now is make Brownie's head, that massive bonce, even bigger because he thinks it's all about him. But it's not. And we move on because we have more inductions to come. Purple wristbands, please. Make your way over here. And the AFL Queensland Chair, Dean Warren, once again, please. Exactly right. Okay, nice and quiet, please, ladies and gentlemen. Nice and quiet. And just a reminder that there will be time after the formal proceedings for everyone to get together and have a catch up and a chat and a drink. So we won't be pushing you out of the room in a hurry. But now we move on with the inductions. And first up, it's Rico Butler. We're going to invite Hayden Butler to accept the induction on behalf of his father. He was described as the Townsville footballer. Rico emerged as a star of the Townsville Australian Football League when he played in Garbut's first premiership side in 58. In 59, he played in the Mount Isa League. In 60, he returned to the Magpies and put together a career that totalled more than 300 games over 20 years with 6 flags and 3 Best and Fairest awards under his belt. He later coached the Magpies in 77 and 78 and is remembered as a cult figure among Magpie supporters. Richard Griffiths. In the mid-90s, Richard acted as the general manager of the new Queensland State Football League and Queensland Australian Football Council. In 1999, he became CEO of the new look AFL Queensland. During his tenure, participation numbers of the code rose, and he placed a huge emphasis on infrastructure, including Harrop Park in Mackay, Riverway Stadium in Townsville, and new fields in Maroochydore and Burpengary. He played a key role in the relocation and development of the AFL Queensland facility at Yeronga today. Rick Hanlon. Rick is a Tasmanian Football Hall of Famer turned General Manager of AFL Cape York, who oversees AFL development in a catchment area of more than 400,000 square kilometres of land and sea. In 2013, AFL Cape York House for Boys was opened and followed by AFL Cape York House for Girls in 2018. The houses support and provide opportunities in a safe and supportive boarding environment for Indigenous students as they navigate high school and have enhanced the lives of many young people from age 11 through to 18. Rick has changed the lives of countless young Indigenous people through football and perhaps even more importantly, through education, health and opportunity. Well done, mate. Robert Copeland, a two-time Queenslander under-18 rep who toured Ireland with the AFL-AIS under-17 squad in 98 and a member of the Northern Eagles grand final side in 1999 and 2000. He went on to play 143 games with the Brisbane Lions from 2001 to 2008. A member of two flags, 01 and 03, and played in the 04 grand final. In 2009, he was the inaugural captain at Aspley as they moved into Division 1 in the QAFL, leading the group until 2014. And after playing with Noosa for another 3 years, he rounded out more than 300 senior games and hung up the boots. Rod Willett. Rod is the only Queenslander to captain a waffle side and win a waffle Best and Fairest award. He played for Morningside in the QAFL, including 2 grand finals in 82 and 83, and for Queensland in 82, before moving to Subiaco. He played 188 games for the Lions from 84 to 95, winning the waffle flag in 86 and 88, and he won the Best and Fairest award in 93. In retirement, he's worked in media with a focus on boundary riding, working with the stars of West Australian football and the waffle. Ron Sands, and we invite Pam Sands to receive the induction on Ron's behalf. In the 70s, Ron was leading the way to keep young players in the game. He was a pioneering administrator in schoolboys football and later a key building block in the establishment and early growth of the Kenmore Bears as one of the premier junior clubs in Brisbane. His vision and commitment was pivotal to establishing a system that over the years has produced countless top-level players, with his contribution at Kenmore similarly huge. So huge, in fact, the clubhouse is named in his honour. Shane Johnson. Now, Shane had a real passion for coaching, and during his playing days at Maine was the club's junior director of coaching, taking the club from 132 juniors to 280. He had successful coaching stints at Maine and Maroochydore, was assistant coach of the Queensland Teal Cup team and coached them in 1986. From 86 through to 92, he was the QAFL State Director of Coaching prior to becoming Game Development Manager. Also a state selector for the Queensland team before moving on to the Brisbane Bears, Brisbane Lions and establishing the Lions reserves. He could never stay away from football. He was a member of the selection panel for the Queensland Team of the Century and played significant roles in establishing the Hall of Fame at both Maine and the Sunshine Coast. Now we get to the Sherwood Football Club and those in attendance that were part of their incredible run from 75 through to 82. I think we've got John Corkett, Kevin Kluver, Paul and Mark Gersikowski, Bill Pearce, Warren Selvage, Des Lashman, Greg Butler and Craig St John. If you could all stand, please, as Alan Giffard accepts the award. Sherwood played a massive role in Queensland football, a staggering 8 consecutive premierships at Squaffer level. That streak earned the club that wears the black and white stripes of Collingwood and is known as the Magpies promotion to the then QAFL in 83 along with Southport as the game's explosion in southeast Queensland took off. A golden era for the club, and they produced some of the great Queensland players, many of whom are standing in the room tonight. Simon Black. Born in Mount Isa but growing up in Perth, Simon flourished on the West Coast, named West Australia's Sports Star of the Year in 02 and inducted into the West Australian Football Hall of Fame in 2017. Picked number 31 in the 97 draft by the Brisbane Lions, he played every game in the Premiership three-peat, one of the AFL's best players during a career that spanned 322 games for the Lions from 98 through to 2013. His 174 career wins is a club record that most likely will never be beaten. One of 2 players only in AFL history to win a Brownlow medal, a Norm Smith medal, a Premiership medal and play 300 games. And now we have Southport's premiership team of 97, 98, 99 and 2000. Those in attendance, if you could please stand. I think we've got David Bain, Dean Botel, Rod Mackay, Jeff Pemberton and Sean Stevens as Craig and Nick Mansbridge accept the induction on your behalf. A powerhouse in Gold Coast football before joining the QAFL in 83, the NEFL in 2011 and the VFL in 21. The Southport Sharks have been the envy of many, especially in the late 90s. From 97 to 2000, they won 4 consecutive flags, had an aggregate record of 69 wins and 10 losses, and they were 9-0 in finals. They won 39 times by more than 50 points and 13 times by 100 plus. The team was full of stars, as you can see this evening, and they kept battling every year, finding a way to win. Well done. Steve McCluckey, unfortunately, could not be with us this evening, so he'll be presented at a later date. Steve's AFL debut with the Brisbane Bears at 19 years of age was one of the great AFL debuts by a Queenslander. 25 possessions, 4 tackles and 4 goals. Drafted in the 90s to the Bears, he played 13 games in 92 and 7 in 93. He played for the Queensland State of Origin side against New South Wales in 92, and in 93 he was a member of the Queensland Northern Territory Origin side, playing Tasmania at Bellerive Oval in Hobart. 70 games with West Adelaide in the Sandful before returning home to Southport in 1999 to close out his career with back-to-back flags in 99 and 2000. Steve Russ. Steve's a one-time South Melbourne player turned Morningside and Queensland stalwart. Following one season with South Melbourne, he played for Caulfield in the VFA before moving to Morningside in 1982, the start of a whole new career. About 100 games for Morningside from 82 to 85. He won the Panthers Best and Fairest in 83 and became a regular Queensland representative. Part of the winning Escort Shield, Foster's Shield teams against New South Wales, ACT and Tasmania in 83, 84 and 85. He was one of 2 players to play all 9 games. A 20-year volunteer at Morningside, and it's become a family affair with his sons Lachlan, Jaden and Max all joining the club. Terry Weller, unfortunately, Terry's unable to join us tonight, but here to accept the award on his behalf is his son Carl. Terry was a footballer from the age of 12 when he began with the Zilmia Foxes. He played 249 senior games with Windsor Zilmia from 65 to 77, and then 222 senior games with Aspley in the Squaffer from 78 to 89. Tossing a large but unknown number of rep games for Queensland and the Squaffer, and more games as a non-playing coach, and you get to 500, winning a Grogan medal and 2 Duncanson medals, the equivalent in the Squaffer, plus 2 QAFL premierships and 5 Squaffer flags, certainly enough to call him a champion of Queensland football. The Holman family. I think we have Mark, Peter and David on stage. The Holman family of Father Phil and his sons Mark, Peter and David have left an incredible mark on football in the Darling Downs. In 1980, the family joined the Goondiwindi Hawks, with Mark and Peter quickly becoming stars of the club. Over 20 years, they were involved as players and coaches in 16 grand finals, winning 7 flags. Off the field, just as impactful, driving infrastructure development, holding presidency roles and delivering Auskick programs. The Holman Medal is awarded each year to the best and fairest player in the Darling Downs Football League. Todd Featherstone. Todd's a games record holder at Labrador with 235 games to his name. He won the 2007 Grogan Medal, and after grand final losses to Morningside in 2010 and 2014, he kicked the crucial go-ahead goal in tricky wind late in the 2015 QAFL Grand Final to win the Joe Grant Medal as best on ground, a premiership that broke a 21-year drought. After a brief retirement, he returned to play a key role in the 2016 premiership win and shared in a 34-game winning streak before finally hanging up the boots in 2017. A Labrador Life member, he was club champion twice and also represented Queensland on 2 occasions. Vic Giffen, and we invite Vicky Eadie to the stage to receive on his behalf. Affectionately known as Mr. Cooperoo, Vic Giffen was a pivotal figure in the formation, success and legacy of the Cooperoo Football Club and a 50-year servant of Australian football in Queensland as a player, visionary and administrator. For 15 years, he played 263 senior games for the Roos to rank 11th on the all-time QAFL games list at that time. He captained the 52 team, was runner-up in the Grogan Medal before hanging up the boots in 64, and Coorparoo's home field, Giffen Oval, was named in his honour. Wally Frankhauser, and we invite Rick and Audrey Frankhauser to the stage to accept on his behalf. Initially a Southport trainer and runner, Wally quickly became more and more invested in the club, joining the committee and becoming vice president in 74. When the club was looking to escape the tight confines of Owen Park, he donated $2.2 million to lock in the move to a 31-acre plot of land on the corner of Musgrave Avenue and Olsen Avenue. Construction of the development began in 88 and was completed in 89 when the ground was named Wally Frankhauser Sports Reserve in his honour. Southport Vice President under Doc McKenzie for 23 years, from 74 to 76 and 78 to 95 until he passed away, where his legacy lives on. Wally McKenzie, and we invite his daughter Sandra to receive the induction on his behalf. Wally was considered the Coolangatta Football Club. With a passion for football, he started as coach of the under-19s in the late 70s and was president from 81 to 91 and again from 92 to 2002. It was nothing for him to work 60 or 70 hours a week running the sports club and the football club during an era in which the Blues won 6 Gold Coast League premierships. He was a local football stalwart and a Blues legend. Warren Ledger. Warren was an outstanding player and coach in Queensland for more than 30 years. As a Morningside man through and through, he played 139 games with the club, including grand finals in 82 and 83, and he won the best and fairest in 80 and 82. Twice represented Queensland, including the Commonwealth Games exhibition match against the ACT at the Gabba, which was a curtain raiser to the AFL game between Carlton and Richmond. Following his playing career, he took on a varied coaching career, coaching Pennant Hills in Sydney to their first flag, an assistant coach at Morningside, the Queensland Countryside, and assistant coach of the Queensland under-18 side. Warren Lloyd, and we welcome David Lloyd to receive the induction on behalf of Warren. The 1970 QAFL Grand Final win by Sandgate announced the arrival of Warren Lloyd as a star of Queensland football, the start of an era in which Lloyd was a critical figure as Sandgate went on to play in 6 grand finals through the 70s for 4 flags. Known to all and sundry in local circles as Lloydie, he was as tough and competitive as anyone. A standout through 244 senior games in the green and red, 5 games for Queensland, and in 1979 he went on to have 5 seasons as senior coach, confirming his standing as one of the club's all-time greats. Warren Selvage. Warren played in an extraordinary 9 senior premierships with Sherwood in 73 and then from 75 through to 82, a career that spanned more than 50 years. He won 7 flags as a player, was captain coach of the 81 and 82 Squaffer sides that ended the record run of 8 in a row and sent Sherwood into the QAFL in 83. He took his football passion and experience to regional Queensland as a player, coach and administrator, received the AFL Merit Award in 2018 in recognition of his 50-year contribution to community football. Played his last game in a Masters Grand Final on the Sunshine Coast at 51 years of age. Wes Parry. Now, Wes is a powerhouse figure in Maroochydore football and is a Sunshine Coast Football Hall of Famer. In 86, he moved to Maroochydore and joined a group of locals who formed the Sunshine Coast League, won the club's best and fairest in 71 and 72. From 75, he began coaching the under-14s while still playing, became president of the juniors and was a member of the senior committee. continued to play and serve as president before receiving a life membership. He moved to serve in the Sunshine Coast League, received a life membership there, moved back to Maroochydore in a coaching role, where the Sunshine Coast League best and fairest is now named in his honour alongside Len Datto. Will Forbes, who will be joined by his son Brendan. Known to everyone at Sandgate as Bear, Will was a 231-game star of the 70s who epitomised what the tag clubman is all about. A junior product of the Northside QAFL powerhouse of his time, he played in 5 QAFL grand finals. He played 4 times for Queensland in 77 and 80, and later he coached and managed Sandgate Juniors for 12 years before turning his hand to off-field matters, serving for 3 years as junior club president, 2 years as junior club vice president, and 12 years as senior club secretary. Well done, Will. Congratulations to all those inductees. Time to hear some more great stories. We get Jess back on board. And Jess, you're going to have a chat with Richard Griffiths, Mark Holman and Derek Humphrey-Smith, please, to the stage.
I'm going well. How are you? We're all settled, we're all comfy. Thanks everyone, you've been so great tonight. Would really appreciate more of your attention as we hear some more stories from these great men alongside me. Thank you so much. Richard, I'd love to start with you as an administrator of our great game. I want you to give us the best and the worst. I want to hear some of the most enjoyable times of your role, but also some of the challenges that you've experienced.
Yeah, I came to Queensland when I was 35. I'd been sacked by the Melbourne Footy Club and Joseph Goodnick, who was the head of the merger. Jason Dunstall kicked 10 goals against us in the merger game, which was my last game at Melbourne, and I came to Queensland really having very little knowledge of the game in Queensland, so I guess one of the greatest challenges was to try and gain the respect of the Queensland footy community and get some trust as a Mexican, I suppose. And that wasn't easy, to be honest. And there's some fantastic people in the room that I did form great relationships with. But I did find that the further north you went, the harder it became. The parochialism and there was always this sort of barrier that we had to break down. And when the AFL made the decision and understood that 54% of Australia's population actually lives north of the Murray River, and it's time to generally invest in the game, by gaining the trust, the other big challenge was to implement change. Because not only did the AFL throw some money at us, when I was first there, my budget was $900,000 to run a state league and development, and when the AFL came in and we transitioned into AFL Queensland, my budget went from $900,000 to about $4 million. So it was a significant investment to develop the game, but there were other structural and governance issues that we had to actually change, and that was a really big challenge. But thankfully everyone got on board, and we had to break down some governance structures to try and make the game far more efficient. We changed the branding of the game. Up here it was Aussie Rules, Australian Football. The AFL wanted us to transition into the AFL brand and develop that as a big brand, and all the leagues were branded AFL Cairns, Townsville, etc. So there was a lot of work in that marketing, branding space, and of course the growth and development of the game. And the one thing that I did want to say is that the biggest challenge was implementing change and driving a journey and a vision for the future of the game. And we had a review committee, and on that committee was a strategic marketer, an associate professor from QUT, and we were asking her about how do we grow our market share, and she just said, it's staring you in the face. It's women and girls. to grow the game in Queensland. So Fiona McClarty was the first female development officer. And I think of the likes of Julia Price, former Australian wicketkeeper. Women's competitions in schools, youth girls competitions. I remember Sheree Brockwell saying, I want you to meet someone, a little 10-year-old Taylor Harris, who went on to become a superstar of the game. So, yeah, one of the great challenges is around gaining the trust and then implementing a vision and a strategy. And I'm pleased to say we got there.
Wonderful. We've come a long way, haven't we? Yeah. How proud are you of how far Queensland footy's come in a nutshell?
Yeah, enormously. 1997, 22,000 participants across all programs. 22,000. That's school, Auskick. There was no real investment in Auskick. And to hear today, what was it, 68,000? It's just an incredible journey. And, you know, the participation rates gave the AFL confidence to put a Gold Coast team in the competition. There was a big push to relocate North Melbourne. They rejected. And so we went on our own and established the Gold Coast Suns, thankfully, to have a genuine Queensland team, second Queensland team based on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, amazing, amazing. Mark, to you now. The Holman family is the first family to be inducted in the Queensland Football Hall of Fame. That's an amazing achievement. You've made such a massive impact and contribution, you and your family. We would be nothing without families like yours doing great work in the communities here in Queensland. From your perspective, how important is it to be involved in the game in regional areas, and what does it mean to you to be here tonight?
So just listening to Richard there talking about what was happening down here in Brisbane and how they're trying to grow the game there. We're in a little place called Gundawindi, way out in Western Queensland, on the border with New South Wales and Queensland, and we originally come up from South Australia. Family background in AFL down there at Eyre Peninsula, little town there called Lock. My father was president of the football club when I became president of the Great Flinders Football League. So our role model was our father. We didn't know at the time. We were young fellows running around playing football. We moved north to northern New South Wales, and at that time the Gundawindi Hawks had only been in existence for 2 years. They then were in the Moree competition. From there they moved into the Darling Downs, and it was their 3rd year in existence. So we were starting that at the grassroots. That was a challenge for us. We arrived there in 1980, or I did, with my father. Peter and David came a little bit later. But from there, we didn't know what we were getting ourselves in for. But anyway, the ad went out, pre-season training started, and suddenly all these guys come in from Western Queensland, Moree, St George, and also Roma. So the distance those guys travelled to get to training number 1 and then to travel to Toowoomba to play was just enormous. So that was a challenge for us. How are we going to survive? I guess the big thing that we had in our favour was that we were winning, as was read out. In a 20-year period, we played off in 16 grand finals and we won 8 of them. So that kept us going. The other part that happened was that I had a gentleman by the name of Ian Jones, who was a ruckman. He was also a journalist with the local newspaper called the Argus. And every Saturday after a game, we would have a photograph, a review of the game on the back page with the scores, Gundy winning. And then come grand final time, we'd win a grand final, of course, it would be on the front page. So it was in rugby league and rugby union heartland. They didn't think that we were going to survive. They thought it was just a phase that was going through. But we did survive, and now it's a club that is thriving. And the big thing that come out of that is that whilst we were running around there, young blokes, 23, 24, having a wow of a time playing footy, time moved on. We got married, had kids, and it's the next generation now that's coming through the club and driving the code out there in Western Queensland. So we're really proud of our role, but also too, we're here representing a club with a lot of other families out there that did just as much work as what we did. We've been recognised here, but there's families out there that are doing a lot of work behind the scenes and still are to promote the code out there. So very proud of that.
Wonderful insight. We thank you so much for everything that you've done, and congratulations. And Derek, representing the umpires tonight, congratulations to you and all your achievements, and give us some insight about what it is like for our umpires to come through the pathways from regional to metro all the way to the elite level, and how that's changed over the years.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jess. And I should say to AFL Queensland, thank you very much. I think we're very grateful to be included. I think it's, yes, it's a part of football and it's a part that we don't want to be noticed. I think nights like this are very nice to be included. So a huge thank you from the umpiring community. I think for a lot of people, it's really changed over the years. I think I've always held the view that I think if you've got a football background and you've played football as long as possible, that's surely going to make you a better umpire. I think, and I think the feel for the game is still a critically important part of it. Certainly those of us who'd been playing footy and then get tossed a ball and said, well, go and learn how to bounce it. Some of us didn't do it quite as well as we could have, but that's 20 years ago for me. And I love the journey of, I suppose, moving from football and then adjudicating blokes I'd played footy against quite quickly. That's an art worth learning. A lot of constructive feedback from a lot of those guys who are in the room tonight over that journey. A lot of abuse. I think probably having a hyphenated surname was not helpful for a career in umpiring. And I certainly still think, Richard, there was a game at Southport Morningside, I think it would have been mid-1990s, where I think it's still the only time that as the ball was tossed into the air by a boundary umpire, a woman in the crowd said, Humphrey Smith, you're the product of a drunken root. And the two ruckmen burst out laughing, Richard, and the ball landed between them. I blew time and we threw it in again, and I thought, well, that's about where we're at, Jess, with the level of respect, but I think it's changed a bit over the journey. So.
I certainly hope it's changed since then. Yeah, but thank you. More wonderful stories. Please thank our wonderful panel, Derek, Richard and Mark. Thank you so much for being here. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jess, and thank you, gents. Not an easy one to follow, that one, Derek. Very shortly, we're going to have a very quick dessert break, but before we do, it is pertinent on an evening like this to remember those who have gone before us. We need to recognise the current Hall of Fame members that are no longer with us. There we go, Mark.
There's an angel contemplate my fate. Do they know the places where we go when we're gray and old? 'Cause I believe that salvation lets the wings unfold. So when I'm lying in my bed, running through my head, I feel the love is dead. I'm loving angels instead. Yeah, oh, she offers me protection, like love and affection, whether I'm right or wrong. Down the waterfall, wherever it may take me, I know life won't break me. When I turn the job, she won't see me. I'm loving angels instead. When I'm weary and my pain walks down one way street, worry about, and I know I'll always be blessed with your love. And as a healing grows, she breathes flesh to my bones. And when love is dead, I'm loving angels instead. Oh, she offers me protection, like love and affection, whether I'm right or wrong. Down the waterfall, wherever it may take me, know the life won't break me. When I come to John, she won't see me. I'm loving angels instead. She offers me protection, like love and affection, whether I'm right or wrong. Down the waterfall, wherever it may take me, I know life won't break me. When I come to John, she won't see me. I'm loving angels instead. Okay. There's a song Do I sing like a bird released? And everywhere you go, always take the weather with you. Everywhere you go, always take the weather. Everywhere you go, always take the weather with you. Everywhere you go, always take the weather with you. Here's a storm made in China. It's going lower on the mental pace. Do a line like a mountain breezer. Do I sing like a bird who leaves? And everywhere you go, always take the weather with you. Everywhere you go, always take the weather. Everywhere you go, always take the weather with you. Everywhere you go, always take the weather with you. Hey, thanks. Couple of Kiwis here. Yeah. a bunch of mad-eyes. You're not greedy. I don't want the other. I wanna be next to you. Like a gone, like a gone, like a gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause please for Mark Furs, who has entertained us magnificently tonight. At this point in time, could we all find a seat please? A very important part of the evening. So all those having a chat up the back, if you could please return to your tables, find a seat. We still have some very, very important matters to attend to. As quick as we can, please, gents. As quick as we can, please, ladies and gentlemen. We do need everyone to return to their seats before we can proceed. Nice and quiet, please. Shh. We're nearly there. Last few remaining people to their seats, please. Well, it's already been a spectacular evening. Recognising some incredible Queensland football icons and inducting them into the Queensland Football Hall of Fame. And just when you think that it can't get any more special, it does, because tonight we will also recognise some of our current inductees, and they will be elevated to legend status. A legend is forever enshrined in the Queensland Football Hall of Fame for their individual record, ability, integrity, commitment and character, which has most significantly impacted and left a legacy on the game of Australian football in Queensland.
A legend is defined as someone who has made a significant impact on the game in Queensland, leaving a lasting legacy on the game today. With 157 years of football in Queensland, legends were created from day one. Doug Pittard got a taste for medals at a young age, being honoured as the league's only triple winner of the senior best and fairest medal playing for Taringa. And he was the J.O. Grogan medalist in 1946 and 1947. Doug was named as centreman in the Queensland Team of the Century. High-flying full forward Ray Hewson was a talented sportsman across many codes, but went all in with Wests in 1957. He was the league's leading goal kicker in 1958, 59, 62, 63, 64 and 1965, and booted 100 goals in a season 4 times. He was named in the forward pocket of the Queensland Team of the Century. Queenslander Norm Dare debuted for Fitzroy in 1968 and played on until 1974. He would then go on to coach and played a pivotal role in premiership-winning teams at Kedron, Southport and the Queensland team. The late 1960s also saw the rise of a young Don Smith, an All-Australian and J.A. Grogan medalist, 300 gamer and Queensland Team of the Year centre halfback. Barry Clark was a versatile utility player and took Wilston Grange by storm, winning the best and fairest in 5 different positions, playing 226 games for the club. He was awarded the J.A. Grogan Medal in 1972 and 1976 and is the half-forward flank in the Queensland Team of the Century. West's Owen Backwell was in his prime in the 1970s, kicking 767 goals in his career. A born and bred Queenslander, he played more than 20 games in the maroon jumper and was named in the forward pocket of the Queensland Team of the Century. The 1970s rise of Zane Taylor was remarkable. Zane holds the record for the most state games with 26 caps. He played 200 games for Southport and also pulled on the Geelong jumper. He won the 1985 J.A. Grogan Medal, the Joe Grant Medal in 1983 and 1990 as the best player on the ground in a QAFL Grand Final, and he also has the Best Representative Player Award named in his honour. In 1995, a young Jason Ackermanis made his AFL debut for Brisbane. He played a pivotal role in the Brisbane Lions Premiership three-peat and has also been awarded the Brownlow Medal. He played 292 AFL games, booted 376 goals, has an AFL Life membership and did a handstand after every win in his career. He is the first rover in the Queensland Team of the Century. Please congratulate our 8 legends forever enshrined in the Queensland Football Hall of Fame.
All right, we welcome back to the stage AFL Queensland Chair Dean Warren, please, to present the newest Queensland Football Hall of Fame legends. And as the legends are called, if you could please come up on stage to be recognised and then take a chair at the end of the stage. That would be great. First up, Barry Clark. Well done, Barry. Next up is Don Smith. Unfortunately, Don wasn't able to join us this evening. He will be presented with his certificate and medal at a later date. Doug Pittard. And we invite Doug Pittard Jr. to the stage to receive the recognition on behalf of his father. And Jason Ackermanis. And now it's over to Jess to have a chat with our legends.
Thanks, Jace. Legends indeed. What wonderful people stand before me. And I'm so looking forward to having a chat. Barry, we'll kick it off with you. Very simple question. You're now a legend. What does that mean to you?
Well, it's a very humbling experience, I can tell you that. But when Dean rang me and told me that I was going to be inducted, I got a bit emotional about it. But it's made me think over the years, my football football life, what it meant to me, and it sort of meant everything. I'm going to get a bit emotional now too. But my wife Sharon, I met her 51 years ago down the footy club. My 4 children, my daughter and my 3 sons have all played footy, all love their footy, here with me tonight. 4 of my grandchildren are here. It's you, Dexy, that's right. Son-in-law, they all love their footy. 5 other grandkids all love their footy, and that's what it means to me. I think footy's been my life. If you're going to have a legacy, your family's going to love the footy, and it's just been everything. It's just been great. I thank everybody. And I must just say, during that time, like I played footy, had wonderful time with Mark Browning and John Blair. Through that, things developed. You get to go to help out at Hawthorn in recruiting. Work, jobs I've ever had have been through football. It's just been fantastic, and this is just wonderful. Thank you.
It's wonderful, yeah. It's so wonderful to hear. When you look back on your time in the QAFL and playing alongside people like Don Smith, who's obviously also another big legendary name in Queensland footy, what are some of your most fondest memories?
Getting thrashed by Don Smith, I remember that. My first couple of years in Queensland playing footy, I played as a centre-half forward, and Don Smith, 3 times a year, you played on Don Smith, and I can't remember getting too many kicks against him. But footy then was really good fun. We enjoyed our 3 nights a week training. Don Smith, I consider still to be a friend. Owen Backwell, whenever you see them, they're great friends, and I guess that's what it's been about. Footy's been about. It's been wonderful, it really has.
Amazing. It's been great to hear from you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. And Doug, your father, as we know, the very first Grogan medalist, such an incredible player, dual medalist, of course, member of the Queensland Team of the Century, and now he's a legend. What does it mean to the family to have that plaque in front of you?
Yeah, thank you. Firstly, I'd just like to thank Dean and his team for the effort organising tonight's special event. What does this recognition of our father's achievements and contribution to football mean to us as a family? Well, going back in 2003 when Dad was inducted into the Hall of Fame, and coincidentally he'd already passed, and my mother represented him there, and she was sitting next to you at the dinner, but how times go around. Anyway, the award of getting into the Hall of Fame was very much an acknowledgement of what Dad had put into his footy club, and the wider football community. Dad also provided a lot of coaching in football and mentoring of younger players during that time. This legendary status award acknowledges Dad's achievements in Queensland football, and it certainly does mean a great deal to us as a family. Our late mother Mavis and my late sister Carol, as well as my younger sister Leanne, would all agree that Dad would have been most humbled by the award. He was a pretty humble guy. When I told my younger sister Leanne, of Dad's Legend Award, I believe her response summed it up pretty well when she said, "Fabulous, fantastic, go Dad." Which is pretty much leashes out there a bit. So just to wrap it up, I'd just like to say that thank you very much. It does mean an enormous amount to our family, and good on you, Dad. Congratulations, mate.
Amazing.
Cheers.
Amazing. And lastly on our panel, but very definitely not least, Aka, hello to you.
Hello.
Had a good night?
What's that, sorry?
You've had a good night?
I've had a great night. Yeah, I invited my family. They're so poor, I had to pay for all of them, so it's great to see them all here. I don't know, like for me, growing up in Queensland, you have no idea. For everyone out there that should know, that have been through it, you know, I go to Wavell High School, which is where you go get your good marijuana, and back then I just got got sledged, I got beat up. It was just one of those things you had to go through. I got a scholarship to go to Nudgee College, which is an all-boys rugby union school. Every day I got called, I play gay AFL, you guys are poofters, you're pansies. I had to live through that. And to come through and for everyone that's involved in not only my clubs from Maine, when I started, the Goulds are here, who were very important to my family and my whole life at Maine, to get picked up from the Bears at that stage to go on to the Lions. Like, people don't realise not only how hard it was to be a Queenslander to play Aussie rules, where you copped it every day. You'd go on the sports report, we'd be 6th, we'd be behind soccer. It was incredibly frustrating. But over the years, as we went on, we come last in 98, and then Lee Matthews came. He brought the most important people in my life ever to the club, not just the players, who you saw a couple of them tonight. He brought Victor Popov, my great physio, who spent more time on my body than my wife. Then we got another special guy who was a great player, but never got a chance to play with us in that era. He was just too old, a guy called Magic McLean, and Majo made me the professional I was. You guys, people forget those guys. And then we had a guy called Craig Lambert. I know the guys from Blackie DeVossi, myself, Nige, who taught us it was an honour to be tagged, and he made us understand how good you had to be tagged and what you had to do to succeed. I saw Corey Lambert before. He knows what that conversation's like. And then I got my greatest mentor of all time, a guy called Dr. Phil Jauncey, he couldn't be here tonight because he's too busy helping Wayne Bennett win shit. But back then, my teammates would say it was just therapy for me, which it pretty much was. I'd go in there and it was to get the best out of me, and that's what a guy like that did. I was lucky to have those 4 men in my life, as well as my teammates who are here tonight. You saw a few of them. Obviously, Blackie, who our daughters are in the same class. I see him most days, Evie Black and Zoe Ackermanis, which it's always dangerous. You got my great mate Lynchy, who ironically hits the golf ball much straighter than he does when I used to pass it to him. Generally kick it out in the full or something like that, who I loved. And Brownie, you saw Brownie, he's one of the great stories of all time. He was 18, 19, 20 when we won the flags and goes on to have a wonderful career. You saw Sharmo and Robert Copeland, Bushy, who will get inducted tonight. Those guys made me so proud to be in the Lions and see Queensland kids get into the Lions squad. I never told them that because it's not what I do, but I love those guys so much because it's hard. I know how hard it is and the shit you cop. You saw Nigel Lappin. Nigel Lappin's the greatest teammate you've ever had. Never complains. You tell the world about his ribs. Nigel never cared. He'd just keep running. He was a super teammate. He's the only man ever to have sex 3 times and have 4 girls. So well done, Nige.
We can't let you go on all night, Akka. I know you want to. Last
one. I just want to thank my family who came here tonight. I got my best mate over there, who's my cousin, who's 5 months younger than me. He still comes out and has a kick with me. And I still play now. If it wasn't for him and his family, lives around the corner. And his wife, Erin, I've got my mother and father-in-law who are completely deaf, and they've never, ever heard the roar that 33,000 ever did when I kicked the goal, but they certainly felt it. Their support is awesome. And my poor wife, who's been married to me for 22 years, we have 3 daughters, 2 of them here tonight. We went to my wife's grandmother's funeral on Thursday. She was 97. She was born 4 months before the Queen, died 4 months after. And I looked up and I saw the photos and I thought to myself, shit, I hope that they show a photo of me at this event because it means that much. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. So wonderful. Thank you all so much for your time and your insights. Everyone, our latest Queensland football legends. Give it up for them all. Thank you.
Well done, Jess, and congratulations, gents. We have 4 more legends to be inducted. Dean's back with us. 4 to go, ladies and gentlemen. Nice and quiet. Shh. Norm Dare. Now, unfortunately, Norm unable to join us this evening, so he will be presented with his legend recognition at a later date. Owen Backwell, who will be accompanied by his son Brett. And congratulations to Brett on being inducted earlier in the night as well. Ray Hewson, and we invite Shirley Hewson to the stage to receive the recognition on behalf of Ray. And last, but by no means least, Zane Taylor. And it's over to Jess.
Thank you, Jace. Welcome, everybody. Our new legends, how amazing it is to be sitting up here alongside you. Zane, we might kick it off with you. Did you ever think that you would be sitting here becoming a legend?
No, I wouldn't. And I'm a little bit staggering because I'm in the last quarter and I've had a few drinks.
Not another one.
But yeah, no, look, it's an honour and a privilege. It really is. And I look around the place and I can see some old heads. Johnny Blair, I can look straight in your eyes, mate. And yeah, it's just incredible. You know, it's a football world and we're all a family. And it's just super that we can get times like this, that we can sort of recall on the past and of course the present. But enjoyable night.
That's great. What's been a highlight over the journey, over your career?
Well, I could spend a couple of hours talking about it, but how lucky was I? I walked into Southport as a young man and I jumped on Winks, which is a beautiful horse. And of course, the rest is history, you know. We won plenty. And there's other reasons. Of course, the late Wally Fankhauser that's here tonight. Not here tonight, but his family's here tonight. There was Wally and Alan McKenzie, Dr. Alan McKenzie. And of course, Doc was one for pursuing the upper levels, obviously state football. And he was never one to shirk away from that. So myself and a lot of young men in the 70s, Doc pushed us to go to the state level, and of course the rest is history, and a lot of us went and played to the top level. And not only that, as we know, it went on, and of course we won those shields through the middle of the 80s, which was fantastic. It really was. But getting back to Southport, and that comes down to, as I said, Alan McKenzie with his thought that you've got to apply the high standard. And of course, that led us to those great Queensland wins that we had through the 80s.
A very deserving legend you are, Zane. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
And Shirley, so wonderful to have you here. I would love to know, can you tell us a little bit about what football meant to Ray?
Well, I do know that our football dinners back in those days were cold pies and hot beer, so we've come a long way for this amazing night. And thank you to all the QAFL team for organising it. It's been wonderful, a great night. A little bit different.
We're so glad to have you here, and thank you for being up here tonight. It's
Thank
wonderful.
you.
Yeah, we hope you've enjoyed your night. Thank you. And Owen and Brett, hello to you both. Owen, hello. Yes, you've had an incredible career, as we know of, and now here you are as a legend on the same night that your son is also inducted in the Queensland Football Hall of Fame. What does this mean to you?
Oh, it's a real honour, isn't it, to be recognised that way. I enjoyed playing footy and I just love kicking the ball and that, but to go on for so long and to get this is unreal. And to have my sons playing too, they've all played as well and all done pretty well too, yeah.
We've heard so many wonderful stories tonight from our legends and all of our inductees. I hope you've enjoyed hearing the insights as much as I have up here on stage. Thank you to you all for being here and congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done, Jess, and congratulations to our new legends. It's only appropriate at this point in time that we get the chair of AFL Queensland, Dean Warren, back to say a few words to wrap things up.
Thanks very much, Jace. As you would have heard tonight, the Queensland Football Hall of Fame was formed in 2008 to celebrate our great games history, and importantly to recognise and enshrine players, coaches, umpires, administrators, media representatives, events and teams that have made the most significant contribution to Australian football in Queensland since 1866. I would like to again formally congratulate all of our new inductees and legends. Tonight you have forever been enshrined into Queensland football history as someone who's made a significant impact and contribution and left a lasting legacy in our great game. In closing, I'd also like to thank those people that made tonight possible. To Head of AFL Queensland, Trish Squires. Trish, thank you so much for understanding the importance and supporting the Hall of Fame in recognising and celebrating the amazing achievements and contribution of the inductees and legends in the room tonight. So thanks, Trish. To the Hall of Fame event manager, and I've just given her that title probably, but to Laura Robinson. Laura, your professionalism and thoroughness in managing all aspects of tonight's event has actually been remarkable. Nothing, and as most of the people in the room may have spoken to Laura over the period, but nothing was ever too much trouble. A massive thank you, Laura. It's been an outstanding event. You did it. Well done. To our Hall of Fame Committee Secretary, Jack Barry. Jack's your passion for Queensland football and its rich history is infectious. Your tireless work ethic and dedication to growing our great game in Queensland is phenomenal. Thank you for your work and support to ensure tonight's Hall of Fame appropriately recognised our past greats. Our game is very lucky to have you working in it. To the AFL Queensland media team, Taylor White, Josie Fielding and Jess Lewis, for all the social media, scripting and exceptional video packages, just outstanding. Thank you guys, well done. Also to all of the AFL Queensland staff that have volunteered their time tonight to help with all the logistics and without a massive team effort it wouldn't have been possible. So thank you very much to all of the AFL Queensland staff. To our Hall of Fame Selection Committee, we'd been meeting for about 4 years to identify and select tonight's inductees. Unfortunately, our planned event in 2020 was cancelled due to that thing called COVID. But again, I want to thank all of the Hall of Fame committee members for your commitment to the Queensland Hall of Fame and your dedication and, importantly, your passion for Queensland footy. I'd also like to especially acknowledge Dr. Alan McKenzie. Doc, a Queensland football legend, was a member of our selection committee before his passing last year. So, I think let's all give a round of applause to Doc. No doubt he's probably listening up there somewhere. To Jono and the team from Michael O'Brien Catering, thanks very much, Jono. I always know when Jono's managing the floor that things are just going to be okay. So, Jono and all your team, thank you so much for all your great work. Lastly, but by no means least, a massive thank you to Jess Webster and Jason Dunstall for hosting tonight's event. Jace and Jess both didn't hesitate when we asked them to host tonight, giving their time to support Queensland footy. We're so appreciative. Thank you so much, Jace and Jess. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you. I don't think if anyone wasn't going to shut up at the back of the room, I think Jace was going to come down and sort them out. So that's good to have someone like that. So thanks, Jace. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming tonight. Again, congratulations to all of our inductees and legends. I hope everyone's had an enjoyable night and a great night. Stay around and catch up with old mates and teammates and opposition and so on and so forth. But as I said, I hope everyone's had a great night. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. A big congratulations to all our inductees and in particular to those elevated to legend status. But that does wrap up the formalities of the evening, Jess. How good's that?
No, it's such an incredible night. I feel, as a proud Queenslander, I'm just so honoured to be here and to have had the chance to speak to some of our inductees and legends tonight. Truly memories I'll take with me for the rest of my life. So it's been amazing, and obviously to share hosting duties with yourself, Jace, who's standing alongside and in a room full of greatness. It truly has been an honour.
Well, you are a young superstar on the up. It's been a pleasure working with you. I'm also a proud Queenslander and I need to stop talking, so I'm done. Thank you. It's all yours.
Thank you. Thanks, Jace. Just a few last words from me. The night isn't over. Please stay here and catch up with old friends and old teammates. Make sure you get as many photos as you can and really remember this night. We've got so many good photographers around the room as well. So seek them out, get your pics and keep that Instagram up to date. And for those who are travelling, please travel safe. And we very much look forward to seeing all of you again at our next Queensland Football Hall of Fame. Thank you and good night.